for both of these teams. Let's check out these teams here. So Antics, Sino at home, and Not the Cat, Lumix, and Kagami. So honestly, in playing the play test, depending on the map, and honestly, some of these maps are a little bit weird in terms of some specific characters have a specific advantage. But just overall, though, I feel like the current meta has been shifting a lot throughout this playtest. But Amy goalie has been a very strong pick throughout. Luna and Juno have also been strong midfielders from what I've seen, getting through those goal barriers. And just overall, if you have that experience, having that strong brawler or strong stuffing character like Asher, Juliet, or sometimes going through the motions, Atlas, just dominating the other teams with those kind of those combos. So that's what I'm kind of looking forward to looking at these teams. I'm not going to be not expecting a lot of the beta teams to come out. So maybe some of that Juliet, Drakkar, Estelle combo might be there. As like an old nostalgic kind of team. So that's what I'm kind of looking forward to, Saya.
Okay, and to any teams that are in this VC, check Start GG because some of you are online on Discord. I'll be pinging the members of Ball Chasers. But you need to check in and look at the chat. There they are. Okay. Code will be... There it is. Confirm. Oh, wait, I have to queue with you, Blue.
Oh, I need to be in the game?
You can watch the Discord stream. I will be streaming.
Okay. Cool.
Okay, and these are best of ones. The new game length is a bit of an obstacle to best of 3 tournaments, but it is what it is.
Yeah, if you haven't played the game yet, hopefully you'll all have. But essentially, it's running a best of five kind of bracket where you have to get at least 3 goals in a match, and then that kind of splits into getting new trainings or new awakenings as you continue to progress throughout the game. And depending on how well you played throughout each round, will determine what trainings you get to pick first to what trainings you get to pick last, respectively. And so we're going to see that throughout this entire day, where a lot of these teams might get really, really lucky with their picks and get that advantage over the other. So make sure if you are playing this in this tournament that you're super involved with getting those touches in the core, getting those KOs if you can, and just overall playing your best. And as I mentioned, there is that best of 5 in the game. So after you win 1 game, you have to win 2 more in order to win that match. So yeah.
All right, and now Gravity's here, so I'll be hopping off in favor of the more energetic and honestly more reputable caster.
Full of energy. I had like 3, so like s'mores, donuts. I could only see chocolate on the donuts. It was not good for me. And then had some like crumble cookie after that. I think I'm probably gonna die of diabetes very soon.
Hey, that sounds delicious. That sounds so good.
It was.
Saya, we're seeing the audience on your screen.
They haven't
share. I don't know if you're trying to.
They
share
haven't
something
queued
else.
yet. We are waiting.
Oh, okay, you're just chilling. Okay, cool. Awesome. But yeah, Gravity, have you gotten the chance to look at the bracket and kind of see who are the favorites to win this?
I have not, but I'm aware of one team entering, and after I just heard the team, I'm confident that they're gonna win. It's a team of Breads, Borg, and Zenith. Bro, it's just the West Coast goats plus Borg. No disrespect to Borg, but he's not from the West Coast. He's gonna be playing on normal ping and probably doing what Borg does best, murdering the other team on repeat, which I think the meta is perfect for.
Absolutely, and we're seeing some college teams in there. I saw Wake Forest Strikers getting involved as well, so that's kind of cool. We're seeing some collegiate experience here, but yeah, we're seeing a good amount of teams in today's bracket. It looks like Ball Chasers and Juno Got Raised will be on the stream. So just to reiterate, if you're just joining in, the players are Antics, Sino, and ET Home. On Ball Chasers going against Nat the Cat, Lumix, and Kagami on Juno Got Riz. So definitely some names I've seen before, Antics and Sino being on a collegiate team as well. So could be quite interesting.
You got the perfect knowledge of the collegiate teams. I'm not too familiar with the collegiate teams. So these are all new names to me.
Well, I'll definitely try my best to help out. Yeah, they do play in Bruton Parker, and I believe they got to at least the top 16 or around the a few rounds into the Collegiate Cup. So definitely a good game to see on their end. Um, and yeah, overall should be a great day. I mean, this is the first day of playtest after such a long while, so the game has changed a little bit, and it's going to be some pretty good action as well. We're seeing some new characters are, I believe, involved in the game. Correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, okay, so yeah,
And Zentaro,
yeah.
aka Yone and Roadhog. Just, I mean, the Roadhog one might be more of a stretch, but Zentaro is just. I mean, that's just Yone. You can't tell me it's not. Bro's got at least 4 different dashes in his kit. Dishes
Yes.
out damage, goes invulnerable because he can. A bit overloaded of a kit, and it's pretty strong. I'm sure we're going to see a good amount of Zentaro today, unless
Yeah.
of course it's banned. Is there bans actually? More important question.
That's a great question. So running customs beforehand, I believe it currently is working with a snake draft, and there are bans. So there won't be any mirror matches, I believe, for this playtest. So we'll get to see a lot more of the different characters going through it. But it looks like the match is getting loaded. We're about to get started. It's gonna be pretty good.
What's the format? We doing BO3s here, or
BO1. So we're gonna follow the best of five format that's already in game, and BO1, whoever takes it takes it.
is that all the way through, or does it change up for like winners finals?
I
Top 4
believe.
best of 3, I believe. The reason we can't do all best of 3 is because the game length is quite long.
I mean, the top 4 BO3 games already got me canceling out my night plans. Gonna be here till at least 2.
Hopefully it goes pretty quickly because I might have to hop off in about 3 or 4 hours, but it'll should be good. But I believe losers bracket are also all best of 1, so that we should be running through this pretty quickly. And it looks like the game is just loading.
New
uh,
striker dropped. Loading. Oh, and it's gone.
sorry, I think you're on the right one, right?
Did we test the spectating feature earlier, or?
I did yesterday. So we did. I mean, we did some customs. It seemed to work. We just have to. I don't know. It's kind of finicky. I would say it's a little bit finicky, but it works. It works for sure.
Works. I'm
Yeah, I used it. I used it yesterday with some custom games with Vaughn.
this time. This one's third time's a charm. Second time's a charm? Don't really know. I haven't used
Um,
the spectator feature
I
yet.
can
At least a
possibly
new one.
log
But
in. Let me see. There we go.
oh,
All
we are
right. So
here.
yeah, new map right there. Atlas's lab. So as you know, as you go into the game, you might see something different than the beta, as there are 2 little circles right next to the goalposts. And what those do essentially is you have to hit the core onto those circles in order to let the goal be opened to score on. So definitely some interesting changes coming into the Omega Strikers field, as well as that middle area that you saw there. That is a gravity pole, pun intended, where you essentially, if you hit that middle part of it, you'll get exploded. A lot of your, what is it called? The, not stamina. What was the Omega Striker's word for the health bar there?
Stagger is the word you're going to be looking
Stagger.
for.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, some of that stagger is going to go away from you. It has a huge knockback as well, so it might be helping out some characters. Gravity, talk about some of these teams you're seeing now.
Yeah, I'm excited to see Juno because boy did that champ not get picked. I think I might have been the only player to ever pick her in tournament. Like Vaughn claims to have picked her in tournament, but I'm pretty sure he's just lying. Never seen any proof of that. But she's strong. I mean, I've been looking at the general chat all day, seeing a few comments about Juno being a bit on the stronger side. But I don't think she really compares, especially when you're looking at champs like Kai and Estelle on the other team. We just are way stronger. Kai and Estelle, both goalie picks, but mainly,
Yeah.
I mean, Kai, you're going to see him in the goalie role. Kai forward looks a bit weak right now due to how heavy the kill meta is. And it seems like Ball Chaser is going to be playing into that meta. Estelle X, they're going to pump the damage. Plus, Atlas's lab with the little gravity thing that does half your health bar when it feels like it. It's going to be a pretty high def game for Juno got Riz. I mean,
yeah, I agree, and I believe that player that's not. Actually, that was weird. That's a little bit of a bug. We're gonna report that player's name wasn't shown. But here we go. We're starting the game off already to a great start for Ball Chasers as they got that first goalie block. out of the way. Now, one thing to also note is those energy orbs as well. They aren't the specific colors you saw before. They offer, you know, strength or knockback or stuff like that, but more so they help with the energy bar that you have under that stagger bar. And a great start for Sino as well, going through it. Both the nets already open. Let's see what happens here.
You know, lining up, perfect Stow Beam. People don't really have too much util to deal with that. And I think you guys kind of see like the big difference in the way rounds kind of play out now. Both the barriers drop fast on that round. It kind of happens. Atlas's lab little unique thing is sometimes both the barriers just disappear. You don't need a super specific hit. Sometimes you get both barriers and they just open. Other times you might see, once we get into the later matches and some more like higher level like experience, actually maybe it takes a bit to get used to, but like at least in like the really high level prod games that were being played earlier, your goalie might be in the other person's goal dock. Just with those goal barriers, the goalie's allowed to go up and not just instantly get scored on. He might lose a barrier or two, but you know, it's a worth sacrifice for a really good scoring opportunity. And there's the gravity well in the effect as well. I mean,
yeah, that's
he just got sent to Mars.
Yeah. Hey, dead. I mean, you also notice that counter on the top right, a little bit blocked, but it's all good. That timer goes more and more as the KO starts. So one time it could be 6 seconds, the next time it could be 10 to 13 seconds. So it does continuously go up as you KO'd, which is a nice feature in my opinion. But let's see here. Last 7 seconds of the game, still 1-0 for Ball Chasers. Antics getting it right to ET, but Sino's just going to play it down, play it cool, and go back with it. And also just to mention that gravity wall that does respawn throughout the entire round, so you definitely don't want to be in that middle when it happens. But a good shot from the goalie back in the way, getting that first 1-1.
Yeah, you can see there's a little green meter, tells you how fast the thing's going to charge up. But right there, completed. Gravity wall is back intact, ready for the next round, and it's ready to probably kill someone. Oh, losing both gold barriers like that is not something you like to see. It's kind of happens sometimes. You know, you miss one strike, and then it just kind of snowballs into a, oh shit, my goal's open moment.
Indeed it does. Oh, and the barrage from Kai not connecting on that last one. Now it's 2-1 with the advantage going to Juno got risen. Honestly, I agree with you. A great start from Lumix to put that slime right behind those gold barriers. We've seen that a lot in the meta to just kind of poke the core right below the bottom or the top one to get both barriers at the same time. Super effective, super nice to work with, especially on Atlas's lab. But now we'll go through here, trying to get that KO on a still. Couldn't quite connect with the core though, as X is just kind of in the midfield, a little bit awkward. The goal post is open, 2 defenders there. Lumix trying his best to put that in, but those goalies are getting that away.
And I really dislike seeing this. I mean, I saw a lot of my games earlier today. People are not really using the core flip button. You know, brand new mechanic, really hard to see, but for how shiny and flashy the mechanic is, I thought I'd see people using that every 3 seconds, every time they got the opportunity. But it seems like it's going relatively unnoticed. And when I talk about the core, you see that little bar under the stagger bar, which is also blue, and that is charged up. You can do a little core flip. Press the button, it stops the core for about a second or two. No one else can hit it but you. Oh, you don't even need the core flip. I mean, hey, that still ulti does just as good a job putting in the net, but no. All of it, you hit it, everyone around you gets knocked back, you go elusive, which means you cannot be hit. Only you can strike the core for a second or two, and when you do strike the core, it goes at max core speed. Unless you hit it with like an ability, in that case it goes even faster. I mean, it's hard to see. If like a Luna dashes into it, that core might as well not be on your screen.
Yeah, it's definitely tough, especially for goalies to catch up to that, unless you're like a ranged character like Juno or Atlas possibly, to get in contact with it. And to go on about that bar as well, as not only does that give you the core flip, but then also each individual bar, as there's 4 bars on that core flip bar, it has the ability to be elusive. So let's say for an example, you have a combo that you're getting hit by X with that ultimate or a Juliet combo. If you click that elusive button, you'll get out of that combo and might save your character's life in that moment.
Again, the newer mechanics, they take a bit of time to get used to. I mean, I don't think they take a super long time to get to. I think as we get later and later into the tournament, more teams kind of experience, especially against like characters like X, for example. Because I mean, after an X ults you 2 or 3 times, you're like, maybe I gotta give it a try. And once you do, you cannot go back. I mean, you can just dodge his whole entire ultimate, assuming he doesn't have something like Hatch the Lad.
Oh wow!
And Lumix finding the final goal, and they're gonna win the first game of this set.
First
we're
game of
calling
the
them?
set. That's what I think. That's first round. We'll call it round. First round of the set. So yeah, you'll see that MVP bar, and you'll see this chronological bar with a bunch of these trainings in the middle. What this basically means is that first pick on the left side for Dubu, they'll have the opportunity to pick from these 8. You'll see on the bottom right, there's always an infinite ability that anyone can choose from. So some of these abilities, for an example, are newer to the game, such as like Quick Strike. I believe that is a new one where your strike cooldown is reduced. Your strike gets a lot more additional energy. I think you have a little bit. I think it's 25% chance of 25% faster strike ability. So something like that is pretty good for Dubu overall. And looking at the other abilities, getting bulk up, getting stagger swagger, getting that protection for the blue team is pretty nice to have. Very interesting, honestly, because you have that X you have to worry about. So we'll see how that pans out.
Yeah, I'm really happy that Dubu did Quick Strikes, because if he didn't, and it gets in the hands of someone like X, one ultimate is all it takes for your stagger bar to disappear.
Wow. Yeah, one stagger bar, but I don't even think they need it, as Juno on the front hand just putting in the work, putting the slimes across that goalie net on the ball chaser's side and not letting that get away. But yeah, I believe just an update for the bracket. We're switching to a top 3 BO3. So gonna make it the tournament just a little bit faster, make it super easy, and a great play already from ball chasers to get that goalie opened for their side. Now, one thing that Gravity mentioned us before is that Antics can kind of actually come out of that goalie post now and start to barrage that net if he wanted to. But looks like they're gonna stay a little bit more passive, a little more safe, let their strikers do their thing.
Yeah, it takes some time to adjust to the change. I mean, even like every time like a new Omega player got added in the Pride Pass, like even though there were half of the players in beta, the second they got into Pride, they got demolished. Like there's a big learning curve now. There's a lot more to learn in the game, and not even just the new core flip goal barriers. I mean, learning what the training should take. I mean, someone in my game took Monumentalist X earlier. I mean, you might not know, but that doesn't actually do anything.
Yeah, it does not, unfortunately. Only the abilities, but let's see. A lot of people are fully staggered out in the situation. X finds the kill, getting a little bit less pressure for the ball chaser side. Let's see if this 2v1 can be optimal for them. Antics to sign up. The ultimate comes out. The 1v1's there, but not getting it quite to X. Could be in a lost opportunity if Amy can come back in time, and it looks like it works out.
Lumix playing it really smart. I really like the play. He's playing the cross in between the Estelle and X, denying all passing opportunities, so Dubu just has to focus on one guy. I mean, when Dubu gets in the isolated 1v1, I mean, that's where he shines. I mean, Dubu is kind of just a worse version of Atlas right now, but I mean, again, in his 1v1, like state, like Atlas, I mean, Estelle versus Dubu, and they all got CDs up, Dubu's coming out of that, no goal scored on him 10 out of 10 times.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, both these nets fully open now, and it's going to be an opportunity for that Juno and Aimi combo to get through, as they have been those star players in meta at the moment to help push that through, and we'll see that happen here. Antics having to deal with a lot of Juno blobs, almost getting it through, but not quite connecting. Now one of the players from actually both teams now in a 2v2 situation having to play, oh sorry, not I'm blind, 3v2 situation where Juno did get killed, but comes back right in the nick of time. Antics all the way to Sino. Those Juno blobs just denying every passing opportunity. Super great to see.
I mean, you can see why his team's named Juno got Riz. I mean, this Juno is just dominating the field. I mean, the core control is pretty much unmatched, and Ball Chasers having a really hard time dealing, but they're kind of living up to the name, Ball Chasers. I mean, you have to kind of space out more, especially with the Juno slimes. I mean, Juno can kind of do whatever she wants, wherever she wants on the field. And if you're spread out, it's a bit harder, but when you're kind of on top chasing the ball, it becomes a bit more difficult.
Oh, indeed. In this game, as we mentioned it, this is why we did mention that be a little bit long, as we're in overtime at the moment in this game. Is still 1-0, and mind you, overtime doesn't mean whoever scores the next goal, which we'll see here, gets the goal by the gravity blast, but it doesn't mean that 2-0 is the next round. You have to score another goal to get 3-0. So which is, it's quite interesting, but this is how the game works at the moment.
Now, real question: do you think that a core flip is going to come out this game?
I see there's a couple of bars out on the field, but I don't think I'll see anything from Ball Chaser side. I've seen Juno got Riz do a few core flips, but not really use them to push the ball, or not the ball, but the core in, excuse me.
I think I can sense the Dubu score here. Oh, never mind. Woo. I was sensing the wrong thing. It's Amy. Little cat girl gotta mix up the hamster. Happens. Both animals, you know.
Yeah, true.
Simple mistake. And now we're getting to the final draft, potentially. Of course, Dubu being the MVP of that round. Not only does he get his team playing, he gets the first pick of the draft. And
yeah,
what a good pick. He's got Build Different, Big Fish, and Hot Shot. You can choose from any of them.
Absolutely.
But really strong.
Pick soon.
Oh, but
Dubu hasn't
Juno
picked
can take
yet.
Perfect form. Hey. He knows that Juno Hot Shot is too OP. And he's going to win the game with honor. Oh, perfect form pick.
You know, I'm really surprised that no one chose Big Fish in this situation, just because of the fact that Big Fish actually gains a huge amount of size, making you allows you to actually get the core a lot easier. So if it goes around you, or if it goes, you know, behind you, it'll be a lot easier to hit that core. So I'm surprised X did not go for that. Maybe he's looking for that damage with Built Different here. But we'll figure that out soon. Already off to a great start for Ball Chasers. They get both the goal barriers out of the way. Let's see if that can happen here. If they can get that goal in the net. Low, the goal barrier goes down again. Both of these teams wide open to a shot. ET passing it back, I believe, to Antics there. Try to open up some space. Can't quite figure it out. The Amy. Oh my goodness, what a shot.
Good place by the Amy. This forward duo on Juno Got Reed is definitely surprising me. And I can expect to see some like really low-level games. New players, their positioning is flawless. They really good use of their abilities. And I think if this team finds where the core flip button is, it can be a real threat.
Oh, absolutely. They can definitely be that threat. And I mean, this is quite interesting to me actually, is that Ball Chasers usually are getting the first goal barriers down, right? We're seeing that time and time again. The left side is just being wide open, but apparently though, it doesn't lead to that goal they want. What do you think is happening in that front, Gravity?
Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of unexplainable. I mean, Dubu is a type of goalie who likes to lock down one goal barrier, and this is my goal barrier, not getting it. But once he loses that goal barrier, he's weak. He doesn't really have any utility to kind of deal with cross shots and that like that. I mean, he just slowly waddle over. But somehow he's holding it down. I mean, the shot quality hasn't been too good. And again, the core flip pretty much annihilate this Dubu in a single button press, if they so choose. Again, playing it out with honor, I guess. And I don't know. Maybe some more passing be going on, more stuffing defense. Like I don't know. I think they're just missing, to be honest. It's as simple as that. I think their abilities are not hitting the core in front of the Dubu, and the Dubu is finding good clears out to his forward. Ooh, and just once the core gets to the forwards are putting in work. I mean, the forward pressure is insane, and not even their own forwards need to score. As ET hits that with a bell ringer. That is unfortunate. That happens from time to time, especially on X. So yeah. Something about X makes you put it in your net.
I do have a lot of PTSD memories of that happening but let's see if that can. Let's see if there's a chance for Ball Chasers to bring this back. Already a good start for Juno Got Raised. Oh, but the KO from the Gravity Blast could be some good opportunity for these Ball Chasers to get through. Good pressure here from X, trying to get it through. Juno trying to help with the slimes, getting it back through onto the right side. Wow, those slimes are just perfectly placed there.
Yeah, I mean, and again, I mean, even in the 3v2, no goal barriers are still not converting on the opportunities. But now, he's gonna make me quiet. Steino finding another goal for his team. A little Stealth primary. I think almost all their goals have been scored without a Stealth primary there.
Yeah, that is true. That Stealth combo has been pretty popular, not only in the beta but in this playtest. So let's see if they can continue through. There's already a good goal barrier shot here from Juno Got Raised. Barely missing that other one, but gets it through. Now, I mean, this is kind of that death match situation where if they score one, that is it for Ball Chasers. They'll be going down to that loser's bracket. Almost a shot there from Juno. Can't quite get it through. And it's just Juno versus 3. It's insanity from Lumix here.
I mean, give this guy a couple days on the current build. This might be a top contender for the best Juno player. And this guy's been putting in work. But ET finds it, ties it up. We might see a game 4 here. But I mean, one goal from Juno Got Raised and it's over.
That is That is true. Now, just to add some points as well, is that even if you get 2-2 on the board, there isn't really like, oh, this person has to win by 2 like in the old game. It's more so whoever gets to that 3, as we mentioned, that best of 5 does move on. It looks like already a good start for Ball Chasers to get both of those goal barriers. Let's see if they can capitalize on this. Both these strikers, both these forwards on Juno got Riz together. Might be a little bit awkward getting the combo, but the Amy kill! Super strong there onto that Estelle.
Oh, great kill from that Amy. I don't. If the Amy doesn't find that kill there, I think we might be seeing a game 4. But now the tables have turned. And Juno got Riz trying to find the second barrier, and is going to be held down by Antics. Good plays. Doesn't again. I'm telling you, I'm telling you, if a team figures out the core flip button, it's over.
It's over for sure.
The core flip is such a strong mechanic. I mean, early on, people considered it a free goal mechanic. Like you press the button and you scored. But not only is it a good tool for strikers, I mean, the goalies, I mean, it stops all defensive pressure. It gets them off your back. Wow. And an actual heater finding the top of the net. And that's going to end this game, 3-0 victory, but a close 3-0 victory. Not a 3-0 stomp. And the game took a bit. I mean, a nice 15-minute-ish game. That was a 3-0 sweep. Really well played from Juno got Riz.
Absolutely. I mean, I got to hand it to that player right there, Juno. We're going to see some of these replays of these amazing shots here. Look at that play from Dubu. I will say, if you did hate the corner mechanics of the core getting into the net before, you'll hate him again this time, as even if it hits the most obscure angle, it'll still go in the net.
Those bounces are wild. I feel like the demon angle doesn't exist, but 3 more sprung up. I don't know. I swear they're messing with us at this point. I think it might be intentional. And wow, really had to replay the ET own goal.
Oh no!
Wow, I got some beef, I guess. And yeah, I'm happy to see a replay system though.
Yeah, OBS. This is actually great. So there is a plugin now for OBS that lets you do instant replays without vmix and stuff like that. So that's great. But yeah, overall, good job and great performance from Juno got Riz to move on to go against We're Just Happy to Be Here, which, as you mentioned, was your fan favorite Obscure Breads, Borg, and Zenith. But I believe we're going to watch a different team at the moment. We're going to look at We On Top, which has King XP, Game Freak 9, and Temper TTV, going against Wake Forest Strikers, Jumper, Malone, and Apaldi.
See, good match. I was talking to King earlier. I was going to duo with King today until the protesters were told we were not allowed to duo with people.
Yeah, we're not allowed
and then later told we could.
What?
Yeah, apparently if you're playing with new players and you kind of take it easy, you can. I told you, I was running a few games on the current build. And
I wish I'll get on later tonight if anyone wants to play on.
Hey, exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. I was teaching King the mechanics. At first, a bit flustered, didn't really understand what was going on. But I think over time, he kind of figured it out. And for the first time, I think he's going to unveil the power of Twin Drive Atlas to the world. King loves his Atlas. He likes Dubu. I was kind of deter him off of it. Kind of put him on that Atlas pick. I mean, Atlas just better Dubu. Atlas does everything better than Dubu does. And when he picks up Twin Drive, which gives him a second use of his Expanse ability and 20% CD reduction just cuz, I mean, how do you put it past him? I don't even think it's possible.
Yeah, it's quite incredible. And I mean, there are some characters, as you mentioned, that Twin Drive that helps so much. Like, for an example, one of the really good players, like Asher, having that second primary with just having a little bit of an invincibility buffer there for a little bit and just kind of pushing the core through definitely helps, not only on the defensive level, but just getting those goal barriers and getting that through. So we'll see how this next game unfolds. Looking at some of these players, I wish I had some of their core strikes. That could be a cool thing to add to the brackets later on, is to add their core strikes. But
I can tell you all of their ranks actually.
Right, yeah, absolutely.
At least on We On Top. So King EXP, believe he peaked Challenger. Big confident. Game Freak, which is shortened the game. E won the first beginners tournament. I believe it was high gold and under. And he won that tournament on the Juno pick, so I believe we're going to be seeing a little bit more of that. And I believe towards the end, I think he climbed the diamond.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
He's a good player. I was watching him play a bit. He's strong. And Tempter, love to see the era. In fact, I actually think I saw him in a couple of my games towards the end.
Oh,
I believe he's also Challenger or Diamond. He's one of the two. I don't believe he hit Omega. But to see
interesting.
about Chally Diamond players, I think I've seen Jumper play before.
Yeah, I just researched some of their ranks just previously. So Jumper peaked at around 2910 at the Omega level, which is pretty cool. Malone, I looked them up. They weren't in the top 10,000, so they might be a new player coming into it, which is really cool to see that Wake Forest College bring into their new roster. And then Apalme peaked around high diamond to low challenger. So this is definitely going to be a faster game. And seeing how I really want to see, these challengers and these Omega players that were in the previous beta, how they adapt to those new circumstances. As we said Gravity mentioning that even if they were high Omegas, they were still not keeping up with some of the earlier protests just because the game has changed so much.
Yeah, I mean, I was like in prod, I was seeing Diamond players got people who were like 3,200. I mean, like Kyoachi was actually saucing on people who were like top 10 in beta. Like that experience diff is massive. Like when you play like a little bit and you understand that, oh, I need to dodge this. I need to save up for core flip here. And like this is how I hit it to take both goal barriers. It's kind of insane.
Mm, absolutely, absolutely. And I think currently Saya is setting up for the next match. But Gravity, what's your kind of favorite new update about the game that you didn't see in beta, but you're like, hey, this is actually really cool in this protest or playtest? Excuse me.
Oh, my favorite. Okay, okay. Like compared to what was previously in the base game, in beta, I think it's gotta be gold barriers. I like the addition of gold barriers. At first, like when I first joined, I was like, I don't know, I don't really feel about it. But over time, I like the mechanic. I think it allows more interesting goalie play. Not only can the goalie be more aggressive, has more things to do, but also more intense midfield play. I mean, midfield's partially responsible for the goal barrier, especially on maps like Oni Village, where the goalie realistically can't defend both by himself. The midfield has to come in and kind of help defend the other barrier. And I really like the interesting play that goal barriers provide. And more interesting things it provides the map overall. And of course, I love the new skins too. I
Oh
mean,
yeah.
all the new skins are amazing. I mean, Raindrop Era. I mean, that's got to be one of my favorite skins of the game. And my favorite skin's not even here. I don't know where Space Princess Juno is, but I thought I was gonna get her on launch, and she's not here, and that's kind of upset me.
Well, on launch, we'll see her hopefully on launch.
I pray. I'm not a fan of the mid Juno skin personally. I
Okay,
mean, all
okay,
the
okay,
other
okay, okay.
characters
We are
have
heading
skins
into
good.
character select.
Oh, right,
Well,
character select, yes. Sorry, we're talking about skins. Anyways, we see the bands coming out here. Estelle coming in for this We on Top team, and I believe there was a Dubu on Wake Forest. I think they looked up King XP's recent performance, and they saw, hey, Dubu is one of their main characters, so we're going to change him to be on that Atlas, which I will say, that's kind of a better opportunity for King XP, but we'll see how it works in this best of one.
yeah,
Now we're seeing
forced
on the
him on
other
the better
team.
striker.
That's
That's
true.
a
All the better
bit of an
strikers.
issue.
I mean,
And I
yeah.
mean, look at this comp though.
Oh, wow,
Sorry.
that's a great comp. Yeah, no, go ahead, keep going.
Yeah, Juno era, a notoriously strong comp. I mean, I think most people in the game would argue that picks like Juno era was bottom three, right next to Juno Atlas. Of course, in the forward role, Atlas and goal, bit of a stronger pick now. And Wake Forest strikers again gonna be on for this really kill heavy comp. Luna, Julie, Kai gonna be pumping out the damage game, and of course on Alice's lab, it just adds more to the fun. Juno era might struggle a bit to keep up the damage, but at least they got King back there on the Atlas to hopefully get a few resurrects, get a few heals off, and keep them alive. And
that is
he just washes
unfortunate.
barriers. Oh, never mind.
Yeah, that does tend to happen. That gravity blast, as soon as you hit into it, that core can just go wherever it wants to. It just goes back to where you hit it from. But essentially, I like to say that because it's so fast. But overall, wow, some great stagger onto that Juno, getting them out of the play as much as possible, leaving them at a one-on-one. Apalme gets King XP, gets the angle of dreams, and there it is, the start for Wake Forest.
Yeah, nice find in the corner. And Wireless is strong when the goal barriers are up, but when those fall, he doesn't have the mobility to defend the larger nets. The nets are a bit larger than they were in beta, and characters like Atlas struggle. And so, like, this is where Atlas wants to be. One barrier, all of his abilities up. This is where he shines. Where it's kind of harder to take. Or a champs like Luna goalie, I think, kind of excel in the more offensive category, pumping out the damage and trying to take the other barriers. And when Luna goalie loses her final goal barrier, it's kind of fine. She has the range, the utility, her dash, kind of deal with all the threats in the net.
No doubt at all. Now Luna trying to get through for that goalie. Nice eject button on that Luna as well. Now, just to also mention is that the forwards and the goalie also have different awakenings. So I believe a standard on the goalie side is eject button, and something about their power. I forget the name. Project Powerhouse or something like that.
Powerhouse Pauldron.
That it is. Yes, Powerhouse Pauldron. And so that allows them to get a lot of power, which is really good in a few characters, like X, for an example, getting it through. We'll see here how that works. Wow, that is a lucky around the court to not hit that goal barrier, but a lot of stagger coming on very quickly on We on top. Let's see if that comes and happens, and Apolme finds another shot onto the net. 2-0 for Wake Forest.
Yeah, nice little hit. Kind of hit back of the Atlas, and you know, if you're that was beta, you'd be like, what is this goalie doing? But I mean, in their new version, the strike cooldowns have been increased from 0.6 to 0.8. I know the current timer is 0.8. Don't know what the beta timer was, but there's a little bit longer strike cooldown, so it's kind of harder. Just kind of ping pong it back and forth. And oh my god, it was that a core flip we just saw.
That was a core flip. That is that new mechanic where that maximum core speed comes out and just gets that free goal barrier. But it might be a free kill for Apolme. Both of them low stagger at the moment. A lot of the attention that's going in for Wake Forest is to try to kill and leave King XP with a one-on-one against Apolme. And ideally, at the moment, Apolme is winning those 1v1s. So let's see if King XP can adapt, or his forwards can adapt to help him out just a little bit on that back end.
No, interesting thing to note is, A-Bomb just kind of tossing up in the 1v1. I mean, they did a really good job just kind of letting A-Bomb sit there and feeding him the rock. I mean, he just kept on dash punching over and over again, and eventually Kane didn't have the abilities to deal with it, and that's gonna lead to Julie being the MVP of that round. And
oh, it is
so much.
Oh, it is A-Palm. Oh, I was just saying Apolme.
I'm pretty sure it's A-Palm. It's
kind
of hard to see on the screen. Yeah, we'll call him A-Palm.
Yeah, looking at some of these choices as well, Super Search could have been super strong for Juliet, but nothing there. Monumentalist on Atlas. That's going to be very good as well.
Yeah, some really good tradings all around. I'm not a fan of the Julie pick. She opted for extra special over specialized training. I mean, the Julie players I like to talk to, they are big fans of specialized training. I mean, it makes your ult hit like a truck. Of course, there is an issue where people can just dodge out of your ulti, but when the people who are newer to the game, not really familiar with the dodge mechanic, they're just going to eat that whole thing until they die.
No doubt, yeah. Specialized training is so strong. I've had to deal with that myself in some of these games, and it's every time I'm playing my Asher, and it's like, oh my god, I can't even get out. Even if I have stagger swag, you're unstoppable. But look at this pressure coming in from We on top, trying to get corner play, not quite connecting though. Going back to the game, of course, and we're seeing a lot of attention from Juliet now, trying to get this shot. There it is, Juno for the blob, and it goes in. Really
well played from game. Got punched right into the perfect spot, waited for a strike, and then strike Juno jumps to kind of finish it off. Another big fan, really well played by game. And a little interesting to note too is, I believe Juno is currently bugged right now, where so most recently she has had the ability to wear a slime to aim for the goal barriers, but now they do not in this current build, for whatever reason. I mean, that makes taking those goal barriers an extra hard. You have to manually redirect, or else your slimes will miss. They actually aim towards the center of the goal box, which can cause some big issues, especially if you're right in front.
Interesting. I did not know that, but it's a good bug to note for all those competitors in this call to make sure you manually direct those Juno blobs. Now, great kill on Tempter coming in from A-Palm, and I believe he has Adrenaline Rush equipped with those awakenings. That we couldn't see those awakenings, unfortunately, with the observer view, so we don't know particularly what. Oh, there actually we can see it. So they have perfect form with the stagger ability, which is kind of nice and helps them out. Like that 1v2, and now good play from King XP to get that out.
Right, we couldn't even see the pregame awakening, could we?
No, we could not, but hopefully we'll have that observation very soon. I believe there's going to be my choice as well that Maple was talking about before, so that's going to be pretty cool to see in the game. And wow, what a fly from Luna.
Yeah, good angle. Found the angle, found what they needed. It was the perfect. Oh wow, it's perfect form twin drive start. You could not ask for a better Atlas start. I mean, that's the type of game where it's like, you must ban Atlas. Atlas with Twin Drive is probably up there with strongest striker in the game, right next to Perfect Form Super Surge Zendaro.
No doubt about that, yes. And of course, bringing it out of that goalie box will definitely help King in this, but not anymore. That goal is very open, and there it is. The Luna Bomba gets it out of the way, but unfortunately puts it back into their own goalie barriers, which is a little bit unfortunate, but looks like it's still on the blue half. There we go. The cord flip to the shot.
Perfect use of core flip. That's what I was talking about. I mean, Pim didn't really have anything he could do about it. He just kind of had to watch in awe as that core found itself in the top of the net at lightning speed. I mean, some characters have tools to deal with it, others do not. Atlas, probably the strongest at stopping the core flip. You throw up an expand, you throw a little wall out. There's only so much they can do.
Absolutely, and if you are a Atlas player, dealing with melees like Juliet should be very simple, especially with your abilities. You know, as an Asher player myself, just kind of trying to get through an Atlas player is very, very difficult, and it's a very, very good counter pick to Asher. So in this current meta, so looking at this as well, possibly King XP can reserve those abilities for when APOM is right next to him and help him out just a little bit. But we're seeing the score here still 2-1 in favor of Wake Forest Strikers. Both these goal barriers are still open, but not anymore, as that goes right past Malone. The Juno trying to 1v2 at the moment, but can't quite get through.
I mean, really good work from Wake Forest, finding the defense. Looks like the whole entire team's kind of getting on the court. Oh, everyone's joining on the course of action, and MOBA moment. They're going to. Honestly, I don't know if I can really explain that one. I think he just kind of struck it in MOBA diff. So when you're playing on MOBA, your strike and the way you move are kind of looking the same way, so it can cause some issues. And I think that's what happens to him. This is why WASD is the superior movement scheme in every aspect of the way.
Listen, I am a MOBA player myself, and I'm keeping all right. There's nothing wrong with MOBA, but you have to play it right? You can't just hold the right click at all times. Click around as well if you want to get some of that movement as well. But WASD is also very optimal in terms of everyone saying it's better, which I feel like it is better if you're just starting this game. Please use WASD, and oh my goodness, they got sent through the map, and APOM winning the set with the core flip.
Oh, nice core flip. I mean, that's the second core flip goal of the round. And I got a question for you. What controller and what controller scheme do you think King EXP is playing on? I think he's WSD, you think he's MOBA?
So I actually know this. So he actually plays with controller. Look
at that. Well, trick question. He's a controller player. And fun fact, he was very unaware that you can actually aim with which direction your strike goes in with the right stick. And he did that all the way up to Challenger. He just kind of hit the core in a straight line. And he still does.
Is he a goalie?
Yeah,
as a goalie, yeah. But we're seeing this right here. Good pick from King XP. Got the big fish as Atlas. So ideally, he has like the best trainings. He has Twin Drive, Perfect Form, and Big Fish. Which, I mean, that is some great trainings for him.
That's big boy. The only thing you could ask for is
look at big
creator of durable thing. I don't know what's going on. Durable something.
Yeah, durable or monumentalist might. I believe he actually did get monumentalist. So.
Yeah, monumentalist, but the duration on the creation is massive. Monumentalist is kind of like a nice little okay thing. I don't think it's actually too strong, but that durable, like I mean, the Atlas Expanse lasts so long, you can probably just permanently Atlas Expanse on top of the thing and get your cooldown back in time.
Wow, that Atlas goalie barrier helps so much to deflect all those shots from Juliet. But it's not going to happen, as that player is just going to go down. APOM looking for another one. Couldn't quite find the kill, and looks like the shot coming in. The Kai barrage, and there it is, 1-0.
Yeah, good play by Jumper. Using that aggressive... Wait, he's not the goalie player. What am I talking about? Either way, really good use of barrage, and the Kai forward pick has been widely considered to be D tier, absolute do not pick or lose game, and Jumper's seeming to prove it otherwise. This Kai's looking pretty strong this match, doing good forward control, and of course, being the counter pick to Juno. So, all in all, it's a pretty strong pick, and it looks like We on Top is not on top right now.
Indeed, but that could be changed. The Arab finding that first goal barrier, but APOM finding another, playing that good goal barrier there from King XP, helping that, using his ability there. But we'll see if that can last. That goal is kind of open. That's 2v1. The shot coming in from the core flip. And there it is, 2-0.
Expanse coming out a millisecond too late. Really good use of core flip. And the team that learned the core flip and adjust to the new mechanics the fastest are going to come out on top of this turn. And Wake Forest Strikers looks like they might make a pretty deep run with the way they use the core flip. Though I don't think they're really using the dodge too well. Not that you have to dodge in the Era Juno Atlas, but there's some ability to dodge, mainly being Era Tornado. With the dodge, you can just walk straight through it. And it proves to be pretty effective. And Wake Forest Strikers is on match point. Match point. Yes.
Yes, match point indeed. But that, oh my goodness, that Era is out for We on Top. It's going to be a little bit awkward. And the Juno's at is a 1. Can King XP handle it? A 3v1. Looks like it gets through. Tempter back on the field. Good job from King XP to at least let his players come back to spawn. Tempter just trying to control it in the midfield. And it looks like we're working pretty well now. Game not finding that play there. And last 6 seconds remaining, going to overtime. The plays overall from We on Top are proving to be a little bit more on top now as they're getting that advantage on the right side.
Yeah, but I don't know if they're going to hold on to it. Oh, good core flip, King XP. You can't core flip a core flip. He's going to avoid an 8-bomb scoring opportunity. And that play alone might keep them in the game. And now the goalie is gone. And it looks like they can't find any pressure of the core. And of course, they do have Kai back there, who is goalie. But the real question is if Jumper's a goalie player. And he seems to be holding it down just fine. And no real pressure was found off that.
No
and
pressure.
now...
Oh, wow, what a shot.
This is it.
Oh my
great
goodness.
placement. Oh my god, King kind of pulling it through. Does
King
not want to go out.
He does not want to go to loser's bracket at all in the grab. So much with the getting the first goal for We on Top.
Yeah, King XP, if they win this round, he's going to be the MVP. An amazing series of saves. Good use of Atlas Primary, the expands, healing to keep game alive. And it's just top tier. I don't even think he could have played a single frame better.
No, I don't believe so either. And we're seeing this now, though, that Wake Forest trying to get really involved in that space, trying to get as much of that goal barrier as possible. If they do get both of those first instead of We on Top, now they can start pushing a little bit farther. Oh, what a save from Atlas getting it through, but that's not going to get stopped. Apom putting the ult into action, winning this set.
Yeah, good play from Wake Forest Strikers. I like their team comp. You know, with the exception of, I mean, I like the Kai forward pick there, but I'm hoping to see a little different picks later on. The Kai forward players are not going to be happy when they find out that Kai forward is not a very good pick. But
Yeah.
he makes it work. I mean, a part of it is the matchup in the Juno era. Juno era just being a weak comp overall. But I mean, if he's able to get the rock to Apom, let Apom do his thing, it works out. Everyone's happy.
Very true indeed. And as we're watching this replay, kind of giving you some updates of the bracket. We're just happy to be here defeating Juno Gotriz that we saw previously on stream. LP Thieves defeating Water, and I don't even know how to say that. PSIS Storm. That's the easiest way I can say it.
Storm. Let's go.
Storm. Thank you. Yes, Storm defeating Overtime Strikers. So next on stream, we're gonna have LP Thieves, which include. Let me just make sure I get this roster. Winter Freezer, Find Mucked, and Death Gun go against Storm, which is Yeti Man, 14, Kuroti, and Train.
That's my goat right there. I love Train.
Yeah,
Train actually has his name as Gravity in the Discord server.
Well, yeah, perfect. Yeah, I mean, looking at this, the game as it is, just looking at the players just coming back into this. This is the first playtest after a little while now, and just looking at the players, they are. I saw a lot of hearts at the beginning of the game, the emails. They're trying to have that great fun. This is what we really value as casters, just like seeing these players have a lot of fun, come up with some new mechanics that possibly can update this game a lot more. And I'm honestly sure that in this weekend coming up, there's a lot of these players are going to build up some amazing plays.
Yeah, I mean, that's the great thing about the start of a new game. There's so much room to innovate. I mean, every single day in the protest, someone say in chat some new tech, and all of a sudden everyone's opinions on every character just changes overnight. I mean, one of the biggest examples was there's a big protest one night, and everyone played it, and everyone's like, "Man, this is so good." Everyone's loving it. Not even 8 hours into the next day, it was like 10 a.m. everyone's like, wow, this prod is the worst thing I've ever played in my life. I need to get out. I mean, everyone just dying left and right. Just people found out if you lock Zentaro with X or Estelle, the other team did not live, nor did they have the opportunity to live. And so the meta can just devolve and switch on a dime just like that. And now we're on my personal favorite map, Night Market, into this next one. I mean, this is just Split, but better. But people who like this map for some reason, but don't like Split. I don't really understand.
It's very interesting, yeah. But Night Market, it has some interesting choices. We'll see these character selections. Deathgun on as usual, Juliet, Fine Mucked on Amy, and we have Winter Freezer on the GOAT Dubu with the Estelle ban. Now, a little bit of an update on the Night Market. We'll see the Juliet ban on the right side, so Deathgun will need to repick. You do have that opportunity to pre-pick characters as well, so you can just kind of skip through things. And one of the things about Night Market that I was mentioning is on that middle part, there's a little beam that you saw in the preview. That's not actually a thing that'll hurt you. That'll give you a speed boost. So it'll allow you to kind of zoom through the map a lot more similarly like to Kai's just primary, and goes through the map pretty quickly. So that's very, very nice. We'll see these picks here. Deathgun opting to go for the Asher, and we're seeing on Storm. We don't know, of course, the names, unfortunately, but hopefully in the Observer update, we'll see those later on. But we see Asher, Juno, and Kai with those famous 3.
Yeah, I'm excited to see this one. You know, Train, formerly an Omega player, I believe. Pretty strong on the X, but this time it's whipping out the Asher. I don't know if I've seen it too much, and this is the 3rd game in a row we've seen Juno, and it's been the Maid Juno skin again. Now, I gotta have your opinion. Do you think Maid Juno is better than base Juno?
See, I'm a fan of the Space Princess one, I'm just saying. But in terms of just overall looks, though, I feel like I personally enjoy the base Juno a lot. Just the color, just, you know, blue. I love that. But I would not disagree that Maid Juno is a nice skin. But they're all nice skins. I will say Odyssey's been working on some beautiful skins overall. Personally, one of my favorite at the moment is the Raindrop Era skin, which can be bought in the shop at the moment. Definitely check that out for sure.
That is the coolest skin in the game. Ever since they announced that one, I think it was like one of the first dev updates, I had to have that skin. I don't actually have it yet. I have the Audi points too, but like, I got to see if Space Princess Juno costs like $100. I mean, that's a skin worth $100.
We'll see.
Find them up. I mean, find the first goal in the game.
Honestly, $100 worth the goal right there. Sorry, we're talking about Raindrop Era skin a little bit, but yeah, just kind of saw some AOs coming off of the Amy and the Asher working together to get that play, as well as that middle section as well. It doesn't only speed up players, but it also speeds up the core if you put it through it. So it's very, very nice overall. We see that good kill from Deathgun on to, you know, I forget the name, but onto that player right there, Juno. Excuse me, and we'll see that hopefully come through again. Deathgun beating that Kai out, getting a shot of, get it right when the goal barrier opens.
Deathgun's putting in the work on this goalie. I mean, he looks lost. I mean, it almost looked like Kai had all of his buttons unbind the way the Asher just went right through him. And if we see any more of this, if this Asher gets a hold of Built Different or Big Fish, I don't want to see what's going to happen. It might be criminal.
Oh, yeah, good core flip right there to get it through both players. That passing play is strong. Oh my goodness, the 1-2. Deathgun and Fine Muck wins them the first.
That is some insanely good teamwork, and I think one reason for that teamwork is I believe these guys have previously played in tournament together. I believe they all played together previously, and like just a normal solo queue, and you know, former tournament play. Of course, they weren't out here 3-0ing, destroying every tournament, but that chemistry you build up goes a long way.
Absolutely, very interesting pick from Asher here, getting the bulk up. Interesting play there. I would have probably opted for the rapid fire since he's super right in front of that Kai there. But we'll see how that bulk up helps him in this coming round. Maybe some of these picks from Train Crody and Yeti Man will help them advance into the left side of that goal here.
Yeah, it's really interesting. There's a Monumentalist Stinger start, but most people took Monumentalist. Everyone whipped out characters who excel in using creations.
Oh.
And I'm a big fan. So right now, Stinger does not stop regen, which in my opinion makes Stinger a really bad training. So I'm pretty happy with the picks. Some people might disagree. It does do 15% of your health, but when you're regenning through the whole thing, it doesn't even look like it does damage.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't look that either. And I mean, looking at it as well, I believe the base training for one of them was specialized training, which is pretty awesome actually for some of these players here. But yeah, 20 seconds coming down, 0-0. Both these teams have one of the gold barriers down already. Asher putting that pressure, and Kai the lucky play to get it through Asher. That would have been a great play. Oh, and the Asher barrier is gonna. Oh my goodness, the Asher barrier. Now Winter Freezer didn't do anything with that play.
Yeah, really well played by Tran. I mean, kind of put him in the checkmate scenario right there. Had the creation on one side, Asher primary on the other. That's only optional to give up the goal. Or use that shiny blue core flip button, but it's advanced tech.
1-3. Yeah, that path spitter from Asher was truly good to see, but we'll see it coming through. Glitch Pop trying to get another play, not quite getting through. The gold bears are just getting hit and barraged onto Winter Freezer, but good kill on from Death Gun to get some space available. Now here we go, 2v1, both on the bottom right of that screen. We'll see that. Wow, and it hits the corner of the goal barrier, allowing them to start pushing through, and the core flip gets the shot.
Good try on the defensive core flip Yeti Man, but Asher is another one of those characters that when you core flip against her, sometimes you don't have the opportunity to hit it. Primaries, gets her a little passive up, and then hits you with like an ulti or something. You just kind of have to give her the core. When you're in front of the net, it's a bit scary. There's only so many plays you can do, and the barriers on this map fall with ease every time. Just kind of like that goal. I mean, that was a quick 1-2. That's kind of what we were seeing more in the first round, and it's now starting to sneak into the second round.
You know, I do want to point out the level differences. You know, we'll see Fine Muck kind of branching out a little bit, getting that level 5, so they can possibly get those KOs just a little bit easier on that Asher and the Juno. But we'll see if that can happen here. Dubu Barrier might be a little bit lethal onto him as Crota gets one. Death Gun 1v1 against Kai, uses the core flip effectively and gets it through.
That is going to end that round. And again, every time you win a round, your team gets a little bit stronger. Just because you get the first pick, you get the earlier pick. So right here, he's going to get first pick, and he's got a whole host of things to choose for. Personally, I think I'd go for 1-2 punch, but I can understand if he wants twin drive. No, 2 dashes is better than 1, and you get to reduce cooldown. It's kind of a bit, but 1-2 punch, you do this classic bread and butter Amy of dash glitch pop, they get sent to Mars, and they're gone forever. And Monumentalist is coming out here too. They don't want Juno to dish out way too much damage for a character that's all about core control to dish out.
That is very true. And Gravity, we saw some things about spark effect on that screen there. Can you tell a little bit about what that spark effect does?
Yeah, so spark, if you're familiar, I mean, it's just Exodia. So essentially what spark does is every time you get a spark training, it makes the other spark stronger. So it almost doubles the effect of every spark you get for every spark you pick up. So Spark of Power will give you 16 power, so it gives you 4 power base, and 16 power for every spark you own. So if you have 4 sparks, you're getting like 70 power. And with all of them combined, it's like 70 power, like 40% movement speed. You get a ton.
Yeah, you get a ton. If you don't know what a spark actually is, it's those orbs you see around the map that help you give you some of those buffs.
Wait a second. Wait. What happened? Huh? Blue, no.
Not orbs. Wait, not orbs. What are they gonna forget?
Those are orbs, not sparks.
Wait, what are sparks then?
The spark trainings.
Oh,
know?
the spark trainings. Right.
Yeah, are you referring to orbs?
Anyways, what? I always did not know it was sparks. Like, even the contest, I was like, what the heck are sparks?
The wording was a bit confusing.
Yeah.
But to explain the orbs, they are much more useless than they were previously. Orb control used to be a big part of the high-level metagame. Not anymore. Orbs will give you 16 XP, which is a little over 2 meter X for the XP. Like 15 energy, I believe, and like 5 HP. Like, I don't know. I don't even know if they heal you anymore. I don't really feel like it.
Wow.
Oh, with the freezer, the big save and muck with the core flip. Big core flip. I mean, it feels like an ultimate, but every character's got one. Like, it'd be too special.
Pause, and there it is. The friend fling gets through. puts him through for Juno. Gets that through. I apologize for not knowing about the spark. I've always been curious about, like, what the heck is the spark? But now I know for future casts. So we're good. We're good on this point now. But let's continue with this game. We're a little bit of a lead here. Storm, and they definitely do need this lead, as if they can get it, we'll go to that game number 3. Actually, no, it's game number 4, excuse me.
Game 4.
Yeah, game 4 to let them go through. And if LP Thieves does get this W, that means they will move on through the bracket on the winner's side. And some good action coming in from Find Muck to get Asher out of the play here. Going through. Look how big those Juno blobs are. That's incredible.
Yeah, Monumentalist, well, I believe he actually has both creation trainings, and in my opinion, I think the blob's a little too big, but every time you step on a blob, about half your HP bar goes bye-bye, so it's not necessarily a bad thing. And yeah, he's gonna miss both his strikes on the core flip. It doesn't matter, as, and no, it mattered. I lied. He's going to give the goal, probably due to that play. We've been unlucky, and now we are in the match point 2-2. I think we've been here every single game. I think we've had this exact same scoreline.
Yeah, no, I agree, and it's quite interesting to see both of these teams stacked pretty nicely. You know, there's Kai, Juno, Asher, decent team, as well as Asher, Amy, and Dubu. You know, both of these teams have their disadvantages. So it's just mainly about each other's skill at this point. But we'll see here now. Good start coming in from both of these teams, knocking out one of the gold barriers. Kai having to get that through. Juno getting defeated by Amy in that strike war, and playing it now back. And I will say, one of the things I really like about Amy Playtest is that turret. I think that's what it's called still, right? Where essentially the firewall sentry, where that it just keeps on pushing, gets so much damage, especially with the right trainings, and helps your team out a lot.
Yeah, that aim yield, it's always been a little effective in low elo, but now in high elo even. I mean, the Monumentalist aim yield, it's a bit strong. I mean, it hits like an absolute rock. And the final kill goes down. Storm may be able to change the fate of the teams that have been previously in this spot and try to take it, but Fine Luck has other plans, misses the core flip. He doesn't need it though, and both barriers down. And the goal gates were still there. And Train's not able to find it. Train comes back up for another opportunity, puts up the pass splitter. 3 blobs are gonna put that one in, putting Storm back in this game.
Wow. Incredible, to say the least, there from the teamwork on Storm. We saw the play from Asher putting the path splitter, and we saw the make it rain from Juno to block any angles off that goalie for Winter Freezer. So good play there. I am surprised that we're seeing Juno at the bottom there of the leaderboard, but we'll see how it goes. We see Big Fish coming on to potentially Asher here, which is a great pick onto Death Gun. I mean, that's wow, that's amazing.
Yeah, really interesting to see. Actually, I actually don't know who took it. I believe Train took Spark Resilience. Interesting pick to see over something like Big Fish. And yes, he gets the second spark, but I mean, wait until Death Gun hits a primary. Oh, actually, my friend, grade lag, but his primary is large because Usher has a thing called a melee on her abilities, and melee abilities size increase with the character size, aka Asher primary. It's very large when you get large.
Yep. Yeah, indeed. I mean, the breakthrough that she has is just incredible. But we'll see here that Asher out of the play. We saw now we're gonna see Amy getting defeated as well. So let's see if this LP Thieves can hold on until Amy comes back. There we go. Amy comes back. The kill onto the other Asher comes onto effect. Could be good for LP Thieves. Juno playing that 1v2 situation, working out pretty effectively, getting that goal barrier out of the way. 1v1 against Winter Freezer, trying to get the shot, but can't quite find the angle.
Really interesting play though that they look for there. I mean, try to slime past it and use the surge to kind of find the angle. I like the play, does not find it, and now Death Gun might be able to find the opportunity. He does have the core flip up, but he's a bit low. And when you die with core flip, you do lose the whole meter. The meter goes bye-bye, so you might as well use it if you're about to die. And wow, here it is.
What
goal
a
find.
block from Train from Winter Freezer's core flip opportunity. And this is something that's really cool as well, as during that core flip, yes, you have the ability to shoot the core wherever you want and the other opponent won't be able to hit it. But right after you strike, it's very similar to the strike where if you're right in front of it, you can get involved and get that core flip out of function. So very, very good play from Trainer to get to his teammate. But the goal barriers are gone for Sidestorm. Deathgun having the opportunity to go through Amy and Deathgun right in the fronter stage of the pressure, trying to get that going, but couldn't quite find the goal there.
And it seems like LBTs are doing a good job taking the barriers, but are struggling to find that last extra push to put it through. Maybe Feinbuck having a nice dribble play, but going to lose control of it.
Oh, Deathgun a little bit stuck there on that goal there. Oh my goodness, the own goal for Train! Oh, unfortunate with the core flip.
I don't want to know what was going through that guy's mind in that core flip. I mean, Dubul comes out, and then Train core flips, and then he hits it into it. I was not really following. It's a bit of an unfortunate play.
Core flip is still that new mechanic, so I guess these players are still getting used to it at the moment. And we're seeing that Juno just get dumb. Thieves team getting that through. No, like Kai is just putting on work, trying to block every opportunity that Asher and Amy are putting through. Good plays here from Yeti, but oh, it just hits the goal barrier off of that sentry. Unfortunate.
A good attempt from Yeti, trying to kind of clear the opposite side, but the Amy was there, and that's going to cause a bit of a problem. Hopefully, Train and this Juno can create some extra pressure, and they do take both barriers at once, but now their abilities are on TD. Might have a little bit of a struggle putting it through, but Train looking for the core flip opportunity. The Deathgun's going to find his first. Put it in the top corner. Yeti does not have the answer for it. And again, match point again for LB Thieves. Previously choked this one. Hopefully they can get it together and push this one through into winners finals.
See if they can. And if you are tuning into this Discord call, yeah, of course we are going to do this on Twitch, and make sure you're mindful of just sharing any information, as everything should be maintained in this Discord. So everything according to this playtest and everything according to that, please make sure it's in this. But hey, it should be in that goal as well, with that sequence from Amy to Deathgun. Great performance from LP Thieves to take it here.
Yep, and this is going to be our first non-3-0 game. So, a bit of a closer one this time. And really going to show off how strong this Amy pick is. Feinmuck putting work on Amy. 21k damage, 6 KOs.
Wow.
And kind of a beast.
Overall great performance. And I really love the teamwork that we saw from Deathgun and Feinmuck on kills. It wasn't really, we saw Deathgun sporadically get some of those one-on-one kills against Asher and Juno, but a lot of the times we really valued those teamwork plays, as you saw there, that passing play, but also those team kill opportunities. This is one of my favorite goals. Train minimizing any opportunity to get that shot. Very, very cool.
And one of those opportunities was like, man, I'm telling you, once a player unlocks the core flip mechanic, it goes pretty crazy. I mean, I know in EU, I don't think the core flip switch has been turned on yet, but when they find out about core flip, it's going to be insane.
Yeah, we had to replay the Train own goal, of course. But yeah, this is the last goal there. Good sequence from all three players to get that shot in, and we'll see them in the winners finals. Just a little bit of an update on the bracket. We're still working on the losers round 2. Overtime Strikers and Water still playing, as well as we on top, and Juno got Riz. And our next match we're going to be looking at is We're Just Happy to Be Here with Obscure Breads, Borg, and Zenith versus Wake Forest Strikers, Jumper, Malone, and Apom. So a decent game we're about to see here now.
Were they waiting for us?
Yeah,
oh,
I
nice.
think so. 20-minute wait.
We're just happy to be here. I'm confident it's not even going to drop a set this series. Not this series, this tournament. It's just kind of a machine team. Zenith is probably the best forward on the West Coast. An actual demon. There's not a good core control, which is really rare to see on high ping. I really like the way he plays. Plays really strong. Has a pretty diverse champ pool, and can kind of play well with anyone. Borg, KO machine. While Borg does have an extreme inability to put the core in the net, he does make up for it with his ability to kill everyone. And he's going to Lox and Tharo here and probably do more of the same. Kind of a killing machine. Then Breads, another one of the West Coast finest players. again, on the ping, he makes it work. Yeah, playing on 70 ping is not the easiest thing. Not even 70. I know some West Coast players report up to like 130 ping.
Yeah.
No
Oh,
ban?
we're
How
getting no
confident
ban
are
from-
they?
They said no ban. I mean, maybe that was their idea of just having fun with it. We're seeing Borg looking at the Zentaro, maybe the X as well. And while these players are choosing their characters, a little bit about the map here. I don't think we saw Oni Village just yet, but Oni Village, as we were mentioning before, it's very difficult for the goalie to block both of those nets as they're in the corners. So it'll be a very big reliance on those midfield players to help out that goalie to get it out, to get those pressure moments out, or at least for the goalie to just kind of pick a goalie barrier to choose from and keep on going. But we're seeing some good picks here from the We're Just to Be Happy. Here we see the new characters in Taros, and we're going to see that on stream here. Luna, of course, and we're going to see the new Luna Wizard skin. You can get that in the shop as well. Zenith on the Estelle. On the other team, which for Wake Forest, we have Malone on Atlas, Palm on Juliet, and Jumper on Estelle. So some similar things we'll see here from the previous games.
Yep, and it's gonna be interesting to see this map play out. I mean, this is everyone's least favorite map in the game, probably. I think there's another map that has not been shown yet. I don't know if it's just not in the game or they're still working it out, but it's between that map and this map for least favorite map.
Yeah.
There's a big reason that a lot of people do not like this map is, one, the speed boost on the side make it super easy to just kind of take out the core. Like, I mean, you just kind of hit it, and like it's hard for the goalie to defend both barriers. And as mentioned earlier, the best strat is just give one of the barriers for free. You kind of defend one, because if you try to defend both, you're at a very high risk of losing two.
Mm-hmm.
And so you just kind of sit there, defend one, and Rez kind of leaves it open, but it's a good Luna dash save. So you have twin drive? This is a twin drive start game?
Yes, every forward in the game has the ability to have twin drive, or they have bulk up. So yeah, great thing for, I mean, Atlas in this situation to have that twin drive, as we talked about before, but also looking at Borg as well, getting that twin drive is super strong with Zentaro. Now Zentaro, just to kind of reiterate, is that one of those striker characters, and a good shot from Apalm to put in the top left bins.
Apalm like going back at it again. Oh, maybe taking a page out of Bell's playbook. He really likes sitting in that goal block, just waiting for the core to arrive. Hey, big fan of the playstyle though, and I'm a big fan of Jumper also switching to the Estelle this game. Gonna help find the kills, and Apalm's finding it by himself. Jumper's using some really good use of his core control here, but Bread holding it down, somehow defending both barriers. Man's working with magic.
Man, I mean, he is a wizard.
Yeah,
he definitely is a wizard, so hopefully that's helping out. That twin drive is 100% helping him here push that through. Now, as we'll hear Malone giving away the thing, and I was just kind of mentioning that new character on the field, Zentaro. It's more of that kind of kill-heavy character. We saw Juliet in the beta be that kill-heavy, but Zentaro is even more so. He can teleport across the map. There's a new mechanic that a player by the name of Ignis made called a time skip, where you can just teleport throughout the entire map with a few ability chains. So quite interesting and quite nice to see throughout this new character, and hopefully we'll see more of it in this tournament. But there it is, Malone losing both of these barriers. Now Apalm trying to go for that core flip, not finding a nice shot though.
Yeah, and I was kind of shocked to see some of the new characters come out here, because I mean, these players have only been playing this version of the game for like a couple hours max, so they don't really have much experience on these new strikers. So to whip it out in the tournament, just cause it's nice to see it. They kind of highlight the characters. Haven't seen Rasmus yet, but we haven't seen Zentaro, which is probably my least favorite of the two.
Yeah, the brawler in Zentaro is pretty good, but the shot is even better from Zenith to get that through. And I apologize, sorry. Ignis just DM'd me, and he was like, we changed the name. It's Blink now, so I will call it that from now on.
It's what?
It's called Hyperblink.
Blink.
I don't know.
I'm gonna have to see this, because I don't think I've seen this before.
It's in the somewhere. I'll DM it to you. We'll see. It's somewhere. But essentially, yeah. Going back to, I usually see that Atlas coming out as well here. As we mentioned before, that goal is not really being threatened. That goalie can start to push out a little bit more, as we saw there from Malone. But here we go, 1-1 still in round one, and it's going pretty decently for both of these teams now.
I wonder, do they have the core flip unlocked? You know, Borg doesn't really need it there. In the corner, Alice doesn't have the option. I mean, when Alice has no barriers, there's only so much. I mean, even with the momentum boots, it's, you know, you can only do so much.
Indeed, indeed, indeed. Wow, that is just a free goalie barrier. Unfortunate there from Wake Forest strikers here. Already a good start from Apom though, getting that kill onto Borg. But an interesting play there on Jumper and Zenith, just not getting that through. But goalie now fully open on the side of Wake Forest strikers. Reds having a time of his life, just kind of having both of those barriers intact. So let's see if that can get a good goal for round one for Regis to be happy. Or happy to be here, sorry.
Oh, I just saw this in Taro's deck. That shit's crazy.
Wow.
I don't know if anyone's gonna whip that out or even knows how to do it, but I hope someone pulls it out to kind of show off to the street, because that thing's insane.
Yeah, the technique is incredible. But we won't spoil how to do it just yet. Maybe on the launch we'll talk about it. Let's see if any of these playtesters can find that here. But hey, they're finding a lot of these open nets up. Now the barriers are gone for Breads. The shot coming from Alice, the dash. Carrying that back away. And there it is, the shot from Zenith. There it is, 3-1, giving them round one.
Oh, there it is, the best of the West. Taking the first round. And I think we'll see 2 more of those into a quick 3-0. And wow, this is one of those scenarios where you go first and you just get depressed. I mean, not very, like, too many good Luna trainings. He takes extra special here, which is just kind of whatever. I mean, these are the Atlas trainings.
Yeah,
Atlas is going to take one because,
yeah,
I mean,
timeless training,
of course.
Yeah. Sorry.
There it is. And Zentaro is going to get Surge for free. Nothing they can do about that. And that is Zentaro's best training that he can possibly take. This allows him to go across the map, you know, gives him 75% blink range increase, and makes the dash hit 25% harder.
Wow.
It's I don't know if it applies to his dash passive, but his normal dash, you'll see it here. It doesn't apply to his dash passive actually. You'll see it shortly. It makes his dash like half the range of the map, and it pretty much kills anyone it touches. It allows Zentaro to really play both sides. You guys saw it there, and it's considered the strongest thing. And if he was able to get perfect form there, you'd be able to see a whole new champion. I mean, it's a completely different character with perfect form.
It's more like a quarter of the map, but if you have 2 speed train or like 2 boost trainings, you can't actually go half the map. It's crazy.
As Skyachis put it, you get something like Chrono Boost, you fly. I don't know. I know they really like Surge. I know like what they consider base training for him to have, but I think Perfect Form's a bit better. I am not familiar with Zentaro. I got like a game on that character, but
yeah,
it looks like
looking at the gameplay though, I mean, that combos we saw with those kills, the Luna Bomba to the Zentaro dash, and then we just saw the help from Zentaro to kill the Estelle there, which was quite nice. Yeah, as I was mentioning again before, like Zentaro, that kill character, insanity.
What's at the damage, has the movement, has the survivability. He really does it all. I mean, I don't know a thing that she can't do.
Indeed.
Demon. I think most people consider him to be like around an A-tier champ. But like, if he hits the trainings, again, it's kind of interesting. He's just as good as Twin Drive Atlas, which is also in this game. And 2 of the strongest strikers in the game. 1 on the offense, 1 on the defense. And right now, looks like the offensive is prevailing.
Wow, good patience there from Zentaro to not right into the Atlas, getting it past to Zenith and getting the goal. Wow, good patience there.
Yeah, good play by Borg. I think you might have seen last game, learn from Train's mistake, and the core flip past it instead of hitting it right into the Atlas barrier. I mean, you can core flip, like, we haven't seen it yet actually, but some of people will core flip to take a barrier and end up taking one of their own in the process. The core just hits so fast, the goalies can't react to it, not even your own.
You know, one thing I also noticed that, yes, these players are using a lot of their... I've not seen a lot of elusive in this game. Wow, read by Apo to get the shot, but I mean, yeah, those Zentaro kills can be negated if that elusiveness comes out. So let's see if the Wake Forest strikers can adapt to this situation.
Yeah, but the dodge mechanic, at least for me, took a pretty long time to adapt. I mean, it took about 2 whole playtests for me to like really understand what the dodge mechanic was, and I only learned it because we were playing some in-houses, and it was like some of like the best players, and they're playing Luna X Estelle. So if you didn't know how to use the dodge mechanic that game, it was permadead, and I was permadead anyways. But I lived for about a second longer. The elusive lasts for, I believe, about a 1.5 seconds, 1 second, and it cannot be increased by stuff like SLS. It's a strong dodge, and you can strike right out of it. So, like, if you cast an ability or strike, it will cancel your elusive, but you can, like, say Estelle primaries you, you can dodge the primary part and then strike the core that has also been hit by it. Some little goalie tech that you might see happen later on.
Indeed. Now that Estelle is out of the picture for Wake Forest strikers, so this could be a 1-2 opportunity for this team. And there it is, the shot one-on-one against Atlas. And that's the beautiful combo that we've seen from the beta with Zenith. So now 2-0 lead for We're Just Happy to Be Here. So honestly, Gravity, what do you think that Wake Forest strikers can actually do to bring this back, especially with the training shown here?
Simply Hyrule. As simple as that. One training is all it takes to swing the favor of the game. I mean, like, if they get Hot Shot, 1-2 punch on Julie, and then, like, sorry, Hot Shot on Atlas, 1-2 punch on Julie, and see, with the newer players, not real. Oh, and nah, bro just doesn't want it. I get that, but see, one really big part of the game that takes a sec to learn is that you need to play to deny your opponent trainings just as much as getting your own. So letting Julie get 1-2 punch, A-Bomb's gonna dash punch you, and you're gonna be gone. And so, not taking away that 1-2 punch from Julie actually can do a lot more harm than it is taking your own good training. And yeah, I think later on, people will start to realize it more and more.
Yeah, the trainings will be very effective in figuring out, because at this point now you can't really pre-check your trainings. It's more so like, hey, how lucky are you? But more importantly, how can you adapt to what trainings you are given? And so those are going to be the big favors for every team to figure out, which is quite nice in my opinion. And we'll see that here, Apom doing that one-on-one against Luna, not being able to get around them. And I'm seeing, like, we saw Zentaro just right there, like teleporting from like almost the bottom left of that goalie circle there, all the way to Atlas, which is quite incredible.
Yeah, really weird play to see. A lot of goofy stuff happens. You know, there's so many intricate mechanics interacting with each other, and like you just kind of do whatever you want. I mean, I kind of like the awakening system. All the awakenings are really powerful, and it allows you to get these really weird builds. I kind of mentioned earlier, Surge Chrono Boost on Zentaro, and I believe the Zentaro has Twin Drive. And he literally just dashed from the top of the map to the bottom of the map just because he can.
Yeah, that's quite deadly. It's quite lethal in my opinion, and that could help with the kills. Unfortunately, he didn't get that 1-2 punch, so he won't get those kills a little less easier than to say he'll get more. But we'll see that now over time, still 0-0 in this last game. Obscure Bread's just using the dashes to save everything, which is quite impressive in my opinion.
Yeah, and he does it on the ping too. That's why West Coast is the best coast. West Coast, whoa. West Coast is the best coast. I mean, you're seeing it here. Oh, maybe not. I take it back.
Getting the shot of a lifetime, and that, I guess, that boost from Luna just not being able to get in touch. But I mean, we're seeing this here. We're looking at, we're looking at a game where even if you are, as we mentioned continuously, even if you are the highest Omega player, there's still a very, very big skill, basically skill level to learn, or skill gap. And so all these teams that are just coming out of it in beta, whether you're a diamond or a challenger, there's still that opportunity to really, really grow and really, change, how you can be on the leaderboard. So we'll see that hopefully by launch, how everyone takes it. But now we're going through it here. 27 seconds remaining. Both the goalie bears down for Wake Forest strikers, and let's see if they can get that shot.
I'm really impressed the way that Alice is using the ulti. He's been able to get a few reses off, which is honestly really difficult in the current state of the game. I mean, you don't know if your teammate's ever going to dodge an ability or not, so you just gotta press it and hope he dies, honestly.
Yeah,
Makes you look like the better player if you don't just whiff your ulti and get no value out of it.
True. That ult is coming out, and that shot, wow. Goodness gracious, I believe the Estelle was just waiting for Borg to kill Atlas to get that pressure, and a good patient person that was. That play was truly outstanding, but I mean, yeah, this is just going to continue on with these plays. I mean, at this point, with the Zentaro buff, with the Estelle being at full level, it's going to be quite hard for Wake Forest to start bringing this back.
Yeah, and even considering that though, it does feel like Wake Forest is like going barrier for barrier. It's just in the clutch goal situations they're being able to score a little bit less. Even though the team of We're Just Happy to Be Here has consistently been better, it feels like Wake Forest is keeping it pretty close.
Absolutely. Thank you, Sash, for that comment. But yes, essentially, yeah. Overall, this is still a very close game, especially in this winners final. No, I'm sorry, winners semifinals. But yeah, I will say, in terms of looking at that chrono boost, hurt Zentaro more than it helped, in my opinion. And that shot from court flip, boom! What a play for Apom. But I believe it did hurt just a little bit more, as that whenever he does teleport, it's not hitting the sweet spot that he likes, and it's not getting that much enough knockback on the core. So that's one thing I will say, looking at Zentaro in this third game.
Yeah, I do think some of the angles though are a little bit unfavorable, bouncing off the corner of the goal instead of into the goal. But mostly, it's just that Jumper and Apom are finding these opportunities, even though they're being KO'd more often. They're finding the windows to use the core flip. They're really getting used to the mechanics.
No doubt. But yeah, I mean, you were mentioning that Wake Forest getting those. It does seem so here, but they're both fully staggered out. So if Apom can get secured or get away from Zenith, also Jumper fully back to normal now. Luckily, they did escape that unscathed, but let's see if anything happens here. Good combo there from Apom, not securing the kill onto Borg. The shot coming in all the way from the other Jumper, winning the set.
And right there, we almost saw Obscure Breads get scored on earlier by a little bit of a change. Back during beta, as a goal, you kind of could just get hit by stuff and then strike back right after you got hit. But from what I've been feeling through the test is that getting hit is different now. You can't just get hit and strike. You have to use the new evade if you want to tank an ability. If you want to just stand there. Estelle Beam will score on you if you're just standing there waiting to strike after it.
Oh, wait, hold on a minute. They're giving Atlas a specialized training? Wait, did he take it?
Wait. Atlas does not want specialized training.
Oh, when do you want specialized training?
Atlas's special does not hit.
Oh, wait. I'm thinking of the wrong special. Sorry, yes. I thought specialized training was for the secondary. Excuse me. I'm still waking up to this morning, so I apologize. Quite not remembering my trainings at the moment. But, yes, he does get that adrenaline rush, which is quite nice, actually, considering he's trying to get away from this Zentaro as much as possible and trying to get those kills to get that speedy place. But let's see if that does help him at all.
Honestly, though, I think the big change with Adrenaline Rush is that the flat 1 second cooldown reduction is going to be huge for Atlas, especially with the Twin Drive 20% reduction. He's going to have his abilities up quite often to just defend that sole goal barrier.
That is valid. That is true, and he's doing that very easily right now. He has that one gold barrier that Atlas is paying attention to. Very interesting that he's also level 8 only at the moment. It looks like Atlas is really get involved with that core as much as Breads is, but we'll see that now. Breads almost getting scored off the angle from Apom. Not quite finding the connection. I mean, just going back and forth. We're again in that overtime. Both of these players, or sorry, both of these midfield players are not getting enough touches. They want to, but they are right there with the core flip and the kill from.
And that was such a scary scenario. Zenith went for the core flip, barely missed it. If Zenith got it, the round would have gone quite a while longer. But yet again, Wake Forest really just keeping it even though in general they've been killed more often. But as I say that, the one who's being killed, oh no, Borg.
Yeah, the one that's supposed to do the killing is getting killed, unfortunately. That's quite smart from Wake Forest to get that player out of the mix, as that Super Surge and Chrono Boost does help him navigate throughout the map, but see if it's going to help them or not. Gold barriers fully down for We're Just Happy to Be Here. Let's see if they can come back. Oh, the miss from Zenith. Unfortunate, as he couldn't reach that play in time. Jumper helping out Malone as much as possible to get that goal and get that core away from the goal barrier. And 17 seconds remaining. Wake Forest seems to be bringing this back. And there it is, another goal.
Yo, what is this Atlas head? I missed a round. Go grab a little water, and back to this Atlas just absolutely being a wall. I mean, he already had twin drive, so what more could he have picked up? It's looks like he picked
Adrenaline Rush,
which previously would be a bit troll. And even testers don't know this. Adrenaline Rush gives 1 second flat CD reduction off all of your abilities. So
indeed.
Without even getting the kill, no kill necessary. He's gonna get a free second on, which is actually a lot more than most. And wait, what? How did that? What? No, someone gotta tell me how that Zentaro died.
I don't even know this Zentaro. Atlas.
What happened is that Zentaro was dashing and then Estelle primaried or blinked. I think it's probably blinked. Yep.
Oh.
Interesting. Well, hey,
insane.
Super Surge Chrono Boost not always does help, but we'll see the primetime pick from. Can you click on that, or am I tripping?
Gonna take in the spectator client.
Take a spectator.
Build.
Oh, that's funny.
Well,
we'll see Tempo swing on to. Yeah, we're seeing Tempo swing on the Juliet. That killer build is coming out a little bit in the prime time for Estelle. So yeah, Wake Forest getting some good picks, but the Monumentalist might help Atlas in the back for it just a little bit as well.
Man, we got a game 5 on our hand. Winner goes to grand finals. Losers look stupid, but they'll go on to losers finals. Not as cool as grand finals though. It all comes down to this. I mean, oh, actually, I think I may be wrong. Is this BO3?
This is BO1, I believe, and there is the shot coming there from We're Just Happy to Be Here. Honestly, I'm fine with BO1 because of these games going pretty well. They're honestly getting some good length as well, so I feel like BO1 is totally fine. And we'll see that now. And Kyachi did mention that the BO3 would happen with the top 3 games. So of course the grand finals, the losers finals, and I believe the winners finals.
But this is winners finals, though.
This is the winners semis finals.
But yikes me.
Hey, I'm messing up this cast.
The wrong thing. Yo,
I'm messing up this cast. You're messing up this cast. It's all good. It's the first playtest tournament. It's fine.
Exactly. I've never casted a tournament before, so I have to get back into it.
Yeah, it's been a while. It's been a while for sure. But it's we're doing pretty well. We're doing pretty well. 1-1. Wow, that caster's curse always getting me in the end, and Apom just finding that last one.
Yeah. See, the thing that I really dislike about BO1 is there's a lot of RNG factors that go into the game. So, for example, this game, Atlas just hit. He got twin drive, and of course they let Atlas up. They did no ban, so it is kind of on them. But they have twin drive Atlas, which next game is probably not going to happen. And I think this game looks different. Starting Awakenings looks completely different than it would previously. And of course, we don't really have any option but to run BO1s. These games last long. We've been here for a bit of time on this one game alone. We got a whole tournament to play through.
Yeah, we have a huge amount of games to go through right after this one, and we're seeing Apom. Oh my goodness, the ulti getting that Estelle out of the picture. Still that 1-1, now 1-2, but the Reds couldn't get the save. Gets the redirect, but not quite finding the play out.
Well, being on the back foot in the spot, whenever you're in tournaments, and even back in beta, when you're in the overtime and you're down 6-5, the pressure is on you. You can feel it. It's like an elephant that's on your chest, just sitting there, and there's just so much pressure. And I wonder if the West Coast is going to be able to hold it out, but that was off to a quick death. The first barrier is gone. Looking to take the second, but Breads, good interception with the Luna Dash, taking good value out of that. Dashes again, doesn't really find any value, dies, but they do get the barrier in the process. Now both barriers are gone. Match point for Wake Forest in front of the net. Jumper has core flip up too. I think this could be the end.
This could be the end. I was mentioning that Wake Forest was gonna leave with the TP. Oh my goodness, the Chrono Boost Super Surge buff for Zentaro is truly insanity. We're going on to game, set, point. Whoever gets this next goal moves on to the winners finals. And already a good start from Wake Forest, getting both of those goalie barriers. Let's see if they can hold on. Estelle already killed by Apom. 1v1 with Breads and Apom.
Got core flip.
Oh, that is true.
Core flip. He's saving it. He's saving it for the grand finale, but it's not needed.
Apom find the bottom left bins and gets the victory for Wake Forest.
Hey, good find by Apom. That's going to end it in a 2-0 reverse sweep.
This is an interesting screen.
And I mean, even the game is done at that one.
Yeah.
The
game is like this. Wow, look at that damage. That's incredible. But yeah, Wake Forest, congratulations to them for moving on to the bracket. And I mean, looking at it though, these teams, I was talking about like Bread's team, or we're just happy to be here. I was early in the game. I was like, yeah, these guys look like they're gonna win this game. I think Saya was telling me, he was like, you know what, don't let Wake Forest, don't count them out just yet. And I gotta respect them. You know, the end game, Wake Forest got the right trainings, they got the right mentality in the end, and it just worked out.
I think a huge part of it was just the coordination from Wake Forest. I'm not sure if I'm pretty sure I missed the replay on one of them, but they had this really nice coordinated kill at the bottom right with like the Atlas coming into Expanse for the final hit. And that play showed me like, damn, this coordination might be the difference.
No doubt, indeed. No doubt. And looking at this replay, going through it as well, we're seeing that Zentaro teleport. I mean, good gracious, that beam, that line just went through the cross map. But we're seeing that now that Wake Forest will be going against LP Thieves in the winners finals. And we're currently looking and waiting on the losers quarterfinals. Just an update as well. Overtime Striker is going to be taking on We're Just Happy to Be Here. And currently at the moment, We on Top did defeat Juno Got Riz. So they're going to be facing against Psystorm at the moment.
Yeah, but you know, these teams in the winners finals, you know, they're not used to the normal competitive tournament setting, and whoever wins winners finals is about to get the winners grand final experience. And boy, every tournament player will tell you about how much they love being in grand finals. When you're in grand finals in these Omega Strikers tournaments, especially if I have the new format, you could spend days in grand finals waiting for your match to happen. I mean, actually, people were talking about it earlier today. I think Griffin was talking about how his team would play multiple runs of Risk of Rain 2 before the game would start. Bells has fallen asleep before his match started. He took a quick 90-minute nap. I believe he actually ended up sleeping through the tournament, but I mean, it kind of shows how much time you have. And in that time, while you're just sitting there chilling, playing Risk of Rain, or whatever the hell you're doing, you're just kind of losing you're losing your mojo. You know, you're not in the zone anymore. Like, especially after a game like that, where all of the adrenaline's pumping, it kind of fades away. You get a little bit rusty, and the team that's coming straight out of a really hype winners finals win, they kind of got the momentum in their favor.
Absolutely.
All right.
Yeah, I mean,
I would like to introduce our new caster Trick of Play Better Win More 2 fame.
yeah, I'm going to be
how's it going?
subbing out everyone. Thanks, y'all, for tuning in with me, and hopefully y'all have an amazing playtest. See y'all later.
Bye, Blue.
Bye, Blue.
And now we're here with Trick, winner of Play Better Win More 2, one of the most real and legit tournaments to ever happen.
Some would say the only legit tournament.
Yeah, maybe the only tournament. No, I mean, how's your experience with the test been? I mean, you're in prod, aren't you, Trick? I don't think I've seen you in my games too much.
I am in prod, but due to some of the playtest kind of occurred, I wasn't able to play very much. I've only really gotten to play like 3 or 4 games.
Oh.
Yeah, so I've kind of gotten to see a bit more of it today, but not too much.
I see.
Pulls up full screen.
You know, the experience today was fun. I mean, I am quite upset that the Juno thing stopped targeting barriers for whatever reason, but
That does seem like an odd bug.
yeah,
But I'm sure
originally
we'll
it was a
get fixed.
feature, and then we had some in-houses for the devs watching, and I think I complained about it enough to get it fixed. Then I got back to getting broken.
All right,
Upset.
real quick. You know, Blue Blazing, who was on the cast just before, is hosting a LAN. Check it out. It is pretty soon. It will be like, what was it again? May 7th? Check out Blue
Yeah.
Blazing's Twitter. It is also retweeted on the official Omega Strikers Twitter, start.gg/Omega Strikers. And yeah, it's linked in the chat here too. So make sure to check it out, watch it when it gets streamed, etc.
It's looking to be a very stacked tournament, but it looks like we're getting into the game. Few players we've seen a lot of in the actual beta, Jumper and Deathgun being two bigger ones, both hitting Omega respectively.
Yeah, you know, both these teams have players who've pretty experienced again, as mentioned, Jumpers, Omega. Winter Freezer became quite the known person in high elo. Maybe not for the best of reasons, but he was there.
We're all known for better or worse reasons. I'm sure.
Everyone was known. Everyone's got a bit of experience here, but what was the? He was playing this game, but I believe, as mentioned earlier, I think it was Apalm, did not really have that beta experience, and he's been the MVP of Wake Forest Strikers. I mean, of course, Jumper's in the back, doing the dirty work, getting the core up to him, but when Apalm receives the rock, it goes in. Looks like he's trying to set it up again.
I've ever seen him a bit in the alpha. Or sorry, not the alpha, but the beta. Seemed like a pretty good player, just never really played too many games, and it goes in. Really good touch play by Apalm and Jumper for Wake Forest.
Good connection. These two have been finding each other all night, but I mean, the LPTs have also been able to find each other in the passing plays, and I'm happy to see another game with Amy Zap. This is by far my favorite map. I think most people share the same sentiment. I mean, the only reason you can dislike this map is because of that center thing right there. I mean, Feinberg just threw a blob at this full HPX, and now he's gone for the next 10 seconds. He's going to lead to quite the advantage from LP thieves.
Force strike already been used, but Deathgun puts it at the corner. It's in. That's a good tap.
Yeah, good dribble from Deathgun.
Brings us back to even. Deathgun, honestly, one of the most underrated. So I almost said underrated players in the beta. I feel like I played with them quite a good bit, and I feel like people were kind of sleeping on this player. But good to see that they're kind of putting on a clinic here in the new player tournament.
Sorry, my bad. I just died choking on ice. Holy shit.
Real good, bud.
Oh, I'm gonna die. Just like this Juno just did. Though she didn't choke on ice, she found the edge of the map. It's unfortunate for her.
We do see the man advantage coming in. A good wall coming in from the Dubu to stop that offensive. Put in deep. We do see the kill trade come back in. We have a man advantage coming in for the LP Thieves. Looks like they're keeping it off that bear for the time being. Good horror flip coming from the Luna to stall. And it's cleared. So our man advantage coming to an end. Jumper's back on the board. Ooh, big offense to the Luna. Looking back. I wonder how these Luna players are feeling now that they can't have their eject button every game.
I know there's been different phases throughout Prod where Luna players, some did not take an eject button. I think I saw a few, I think I saw a few games of them taking like Powerhouse Pauldron and Strike Shot. I don't know what the preferred thing is now, but I know Caleb, who's like one of the top Luna goalies as well, he runs Strike Shot. I believe he's a Strike Shot enjoyer. Slop takes eject button every game on Luna. Just got the word in, insider information. Oh, and Caleb runs Momentum Boots. That's right.
We see no swing coming out the Dubu. We do see the goal coming from Mel.
I'm not lying, for the record. No, and for the record, just so I don't look completely. Slop was definitely running 100% of their stuff. This guy's not taking a eject button all with Prod. He says he is, he's just lying, so.
Oh, losing the barrier there, really rough for side of LPCs, but it does go back the other way as well. I should even stalemate. We'll see if we can get this puck back in deep. The core strike Deathgun gets blocked away by Jumper. Push back away to Winter Freeze, back to midfield. Apalm gets some pressure going here. You see the core strike coming in, it's blocked up. But Deathgun puts it in the corner and it's in. Back to 2-2.
Yeah, I can see it too, and it's interesting to see Apalm on the X here. I personally was more of a fan of the Apalm Julie.
Apalm Julie does go hard.
Yeah, I mean,
especially when you're playing into a semi-known Julie player, which we all have learned over time is that not the best matchup for X.
whoa.
But it's put away right there.
Well,
quite
you
quickly.
surely you're not saying that Julie beat X, right?
I mean, back when I was last playing the game, Julie was a decent matchup in X.
What, in like 2005?
Perhaps.
That's comp for, hey,
Maybe
I've been playing a lot with
maybe I'm
Bells.
misremembering.
But
I remember.
This
Sorry.
Bells guy, he sees the matchup, and for the next 30 minutes of VC, he's talking about how much he hates it. He's like, wow, I want to die right now. And then his character proceeds to get hit off the mat. He lives up to it. It
Understandable.
looks like LP
I'm
teams.
probably confusing your car. If I'm what I'm confusing. It has been a while.
Oh yeah, the Jakar X is a different story. Also, we haven't seen any Jakar today, which is interesting. Because a lot of protesters would consider Jakar to be one of the best champs in the game with ease. He's got such good core control pressure.
Yeah, word
and
on the street
good
is he is the word on the street is he is the core control character now, which is interesting to think of the killer Croc as Jakar.
damage. Your core control. to be
Drakar's
finished.
so broken. He just sits there, he primaries and just double ult.
Yeah, especially even in the Goldie role, Boba Dex, he's playing a bit of like this Drakar Goalie, and once you get in front of that, he just primary you, and it stuns you, it hits the core away, you just kind of cry. And then he gets prime time, and then he's got 3 of them, and you just cry even more. It's a whole experience going against Drakar, and I hope that CO1's gonna show it what it is off, like, because like Drakar is fun. I mean, like it's legitimately a good pick, dude. A lot of these brawlers, which you probably won't see from the new players, they're still kind of conditioned, but like X and Drakar are both very good goalies.
Ex goalie, huh? Be interested to see that come out more. Maybe we'll see those. We haven't seen any of those in this tournament, correct?
Nope, not a single brawler goalie pick.
Unfortunate.
Geek's not here, sadly. If
No
Geek was
Geek.
here, I would loves the X goalie. He's the one who made me realize that, oh shit, this guy's not trying to keep
You love to see it from jumper. Some good presence of mind to use the Dubu wall as a bounce.
Yeah, insane heads-up thinking from jumper there. That is not a play that I've seen people even think about it. That play wasn't even going through my mind at the time. Huge jumper fan now, and also Apom has just been demolishing them on repeat. I don't know what trainings this guy has, but they're a bit scary.
I assume we don't have a good way to see that right now with current client.
No, this is a little quick tab button. It is prime time built different. Yeah, that will do it. His little bell ringer, this little circle thing, is hitting 35% harder, and he gets 2 of them. I can see why it's sending people flying.
Giving me alpha test X vibes back when prime time was the best thing in the game, and prime time X was permabanned. Good times.
Back when prime time.
Back when prime time.
Back when prime time was strong. Now prime time notoriously weak training.
But putting on a clinic here yet with it. X coming back on the map as it is. Do you have the barrier advantage still for Wake Forest?
Mel's kind of a beast. He defended that 1v3 easy, and then went to 2v3 and defended that just as easy. Not even a barrier dropping. So, dominant defensive performance from Wake Forest strikers, and an equally dominant offensive performance from Apon. And they even got their own emote in the game. That's how you know they're gonna win.
Definitely up in a strong spot right now. We'll have to see if the LPCs can put it back on the table. But this barrier control has been a little lacking. I know, like, we've been seeing the barriers go down really early to LPCs throughout these rounds. But Mel kind of putting on a clinic, keeping it up almost into the late rounds. Like last round, we had like a 2-minute set, and it didn't go down.
Yeah, sometimes the goalies just kind of feel it, you know? They're just in the zone.
Sometimes they feel themselves, yeah.
Going against a goalie who feels like that, I mean, there's not a worse experience. Like, holy shit, how's this barrier not gone? Like, you feel like you're doing everything you can, but it's just doesn't stop. And now, with the freezer, no forwards having, and the Ash is sitting on him, give him a little bit of the Oki experience here.
Oh!
And a little core flip goal, and he scores 2 people. The core and Dubu.
Gave it the 1-2 pop.
Maybe you see a 1-2 punch here for Apon. That'd be devastating for the other team. And
what do we see?
Not. Oh, but past the last is. This is going to be. Oh no. Oh, he doesn't see it though. He doesn't understand. LVT have been saved from a lifetime of pain.
But by not taking this, what does this open up for somebody else to take? Who else is going to super benefit from this training?
Juno would, but Timeless Creator is just better. Twin
All
Drive, hey, you do you, King.
How do you feel about this timeless Twin Drive?
You know,
Be real here.
I think all of these trainings here were extremely interesting and unique. And that is a really nice way to say that they are kind of griefing. You know, Stinger Kai is not something you see very often. You know, Himo Swing X, it's not like it's a terrible pick or anything, but Catch Blast X makes his X ulti last almost twice as long. So you just gotta sit there in your punchy form for like half the game. You just kill people.
Sometimes you see new shiny button, you have to click it, you know?
Yeah.
Cash the last is the old guard. No, and there's the X own goal on the swing. Some things never change.
This has been a staple of the tournament. I mean, we're gonna see that one in the replay later. All the own goals have been. That's what I think. Every game's had an own goal so far, mainly by X's. It's, you know, hey, you can't control the bell ring.
It comes with the turf. If
Yeah.
you're not own goal on X, what are you doing?
They're clearly not playing the champ right.
We do see the Corval coming in for Death Gun, but we see some pressure here. No good clears coming out from Jumper and Napalm into the core into the punch, but good save by Mel into the core flip, put it away. Death Gun puts about 1 goal.
We're getting a quick round. I mean, this thing hasn't even lasted for like 2 minutes, and there's already 2-0. LPTs really want that match back, and they're getting it back quickly. They just kind of shows how impactful the training choices are. I mean, they picked Stinger Kai and Tempo Swing X, and they're kind of suffering the consequences from it.
Death Gun staying alive here, actually doesn't go down to the X, beating him in the corner. Stays alive again. Tempo Swing just not getting a lot of value here. Where Death Gun just kind of vibing out. Oh, we do see the Juno making heck.
Good little play there from Fine Buck. I like that.
My mic DC'd. I'm back now.
What is this with Omega Strikers, casters, and mic problems? Gravity used to cut out like every 2 seconds. Blue was
I
also
remember.
cutting out, and now Trick's disconnecting. It's over.
Yeah, I don't know. Our casters can't have good mics. Maybe like
Yeah, that was-
K-bot in here, you know.
That was a cat issue. It was a cat issue. We're okay.
The cat did. The staple.
Sure. Oh, Winterfree stopping the point black core flip.
Yeah, that's hard to
Another
do.
core
You just gotta get a good
Oh.
timing, and he used all of his power on that one. Just kind of
Was that an own goal redirect? Did I see that right?
I don't think so. I think,
Okay.
I could be
Just
wrong.
too much
But
time.
I think Winter Freezer just kind of whiffed.
Okay, I wasn't sure if it was on MOBA redirect or not. It does
don't
feel like
think so,
the
but-
range that you hit strikes in this patch is slightly shorter, but I could just be coping.
Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to notice the changes sometimes. And sometimes the devs lie to you about what has actually been changed.
Really?
Yeah. To this day, they're denying increasingly validated that one patch, and we'll never believe them again after that one.
The biggest lie was told is that Kai was fine. Kai 4 was fine. Oh, and Death Gun put it away and winning the set. Core flip,
Yeah.
putting on a clinic, showing just how powerful this new power add to the game is. That
Core
some
flip
enjoy
and the
more than
goal
others.
The forward players love it. The goalie players, you might see a few angry messages here and there.
Ooh, I'm seeing perfect form on the board for an early Kai pick, but he's hovering a hot shot.
You know, I think Hotshot actually is the better pick here, because not only does it deny a Dubu Hotshot, Perfect Form's a bit weak right now.
Is it? I haven't seen the numbers.
Yeah, it's okay. Sorry, it's 15% again. Sorry, I thought they reduced it.
May I
know
see
they
hot
did.
shot numbers?
Too high. That's all you need to know. I think it's like 35% CD reduction from what's previously 40, but
Oh,
it's like 35% get the core. It's kind of
Oh.
insane.
yeah, that's kind of gross.
Yeah.
More understandable
it
now.
did get nerfed though. You know, it's a max reduction of 3.5 seconds, down from 8, which can really be seen in the ultimate. Pretty much every ultimate gets an increased 5 seconds now due to hot shot.
Oh my. Just to answer the question in the chat, yes, core flip is the Q button. When you get a blue bar. Otherwise, you get a dodge button.
Oh my god, 8-bomb. Calm
Pump.
down. Yo,
Oh.
did this guy pick up Adrenaline Rush? He must
I
have, because...
didn't see what he picked up. It
Yeah,
is
there it
indeed a
is.
Adrenaline Rush, yup.
Oh no. This game's taking a drastic turn. This is what I'm talking about. In last round, Wake Forest Strikers actually briefed their trainings, but this round, they picked up Adrenaline Rush X, and the game is looking a bit different.
Do you think in this situation it would have been wise to deny it, given the characters in play for LP Thieves?
Yeah, denying trainings is a foreign concept when they were players. I mean, there's so much to learn taking trainings away from your opponent is the last thing you're thinking about.
Enough, and Deathman does go down in the net. Apalm absolutely zooming around this map. Big dodge from Muck to probably save their own life. Oh, but they go down anyway. Can Winter Freeze save this off? Has a barrier still. I spoke too soon, cursing that one. But down low, gets shoved, stays alive, gets the fuck out. Luna gets a good center, but Deathgun keeps it out. Apalm running amok in this Priest though.
Yeah, does this guy have cooldowns or what? I mean, he's just spamming ability after ability to get reset again, and Apalm is putting on a show. I mean, this is just Apalm versus the world right now. I can't wait to see the stat line of this, because they're going to be like 30 KOs, 10 million damage. It's a bit of a demon right there.
New players in chat, take notes. X with offensive training is pretty good at the game.
Yeah, but not only that, he's pretty easy to execute. Not trying to downplay Apalm's skill here, because Apalm is actually being a demon here, but...
Yes, the execution is on point for X, I agree.
Yeah, X execution is, you know, a lot easier to pull off than a champ like Julie, which is actually, you know, most of the brawler characters are pretty easy, if I do say so myself. Maybe the exception of like Zentaro and Rasmus. My midfield's the better role, I say.
Yeah, midfield is more fun, some may say. Good clear by Winter, keeping the barrier going. Juno with some good pressure. The jumper does clear it while they're stalling for the Julie timer. Keeping their barrier alive in this round. Apalm kind of being suppressed here. Can we see the pop off? He's got the ultimate going. Trying to suppress him, but he's just beating them both down, and they're both out of here.
Dude, bro just missed the barrier, by the
barrier.
way. I mean,
Hey, the barrier's gone now. The missile keeps it in play. The good dodge. Staying alive. All these immunities for Juno, but it's gone. And the core flip to push them to next game.
The first ace of the tournament going to
call it round. I guess I should call it set, not game. Not used to that yet. How do you feel about the new set system, Gravity?
I'm not the biggest fan. I know the game length is my main issue with it. Games just last a bit long. I mean, to the point where we gotta have like 2-day tournaments. Now, this one's not. It's gonna be a 1-day tournament, but you know, future plans they may be too, may not be. It's still up in the air. But games are long, and we can only do like BO1s in these, which have proven to be extremely problematic with how RNG the game currently is. But I do like, in terms of like the system as an idea, I do like though. I think it's nice because you go into another round completely refreshed, ready for a new kind of like game. You get a fresh mind, get a nice mental reset too, which I think has been noticed in my games. Like, oh yeah, we just got absolutely obliterated by Adrenaline Rush X, but now is a new time. Now we got some trainings. Maybe we can take on the Adrenaline Rush X.
Speaking of the Adrenaline Rush X, speaking of the Adrenaline Rush X, he picked up 1-2 punch in this carousel.
Yeah, you know, when you're kind of killing everyone, you get first. Oh, he died.
Oh, but it's in.
Good play by Jumper, but this. I forgot Jumper was in the game. Jumper's been doing great.
Maybe that's for the best, because with Apalm being such a huge threat, so forward in everybody's minds, Jumper's down there making the plays in the dirty zones, putting the goals away while Apalm's pulling all the aggression.
Yeah, Apalm is pretty much a raid boss right now. He's just sitting there doing whatever he wants. He just stands where he wants, does what he wants. I mean, he's actually tearing them apart. And once that ultimate's on cooldown, it's just a free kill button, which then refreshes all his other abilities to get him another free kill button, which then gives him a third free kill button. It all combos. The synergy's amazing.
A lot of snowballing in this game, State.
Oh yes, the game is very snowballing. X performed last round, so he is rewarded with the best possible training.
Oh,
that gun finds a nice kill. Maybe they can take a goal off, but good defense from Malone and Jumper.
A big barrage coming out of Jumper to keep that off the barrier while his Luna was CC'd. X is back on the menu, and barrier still stands. Pretty big. Speaking about the menu, Deathgun taking an absolute beating here from Palm. And losing the barrier in the meantime. It's a little bit of a rough one. Core flip put in deep, but to no avail.
Looks spicy one. I didn't even realize we were in the game 5.
Yeah, we're real deep in here.
Not all the models. This one is actually a BO3 this time.
Ooh, and Palm picks his corner well. Using the momentum from that Luna rocket to make sure that goes in. 2-0 backs against the walls. What can LP Thieves do to pull us back?
I believe. I mean, you can come back with this game state. Just maybe not against Adrenaline Rush. 1-2 punch. Build different X. I mean, he does
the player
what he
down.
wants.
There goes the barrier.
Here it is. Final goal going to get put in by Apom, maybe? No, they're still hanging on. They're in a very small sliver of hope, and there's the core flip. Hey, Apom learned the tech, and he's showing you why you got to learn the core flip.
Hey, you learn the core flip.
Free goal.
Yeah, you learn the core flip. You pick up the free goals. You push your team in. You win the game. Congratulations to Wake Forest on winning the set.
Yep, and I mean this gets really confusing when you get in the tournament because they won the game, which gives them another point to the set, but they also just won a set to take a game. You know, like there's
no, not the sets within sets.
in the series. Yeah,
not the setception.
I gotta take a play of like the tennis playbook or something here. It's an absolute mindfuck. I can't really keep up with it. My brain doesn't think fast enough.
We'll need to come up with a new term for winning games in an actual tournament match set.
No, just call the rounds, please.
Well, rounds, but I don't know. I don't really like the term rounds.
I mean, rounds can work.
I mean, it can work. I don't know. Doesn't round sound kind of lame?
Yes, that's why we've been calling it. That's why we've been calling it set.
Exactly. Like it's like. Are you trying to say? You say we call the winner of each set gets one round in the VO3 or?
No. Each like round in a game is a round.
Okay, but I don't know. I feel like a round is like 1 point.
This game, Gravity. If we're looking at it like the octagon, X was in there winning every round, so it kind of checks out.
That's true. We are back in the octagon.
Back at home in the octagon.
You love the octagon. I mean, you've been to the octagon a few times.
Oh, I was in the octagon that whole tournament.
I love the octagon.
Good times.
Good times. I hope we see the octagon again.
Hey, I'm
Maybe make a
sure
return.
that somewhere out there in the shadows, Vaughn is sculpting out something spicy.
Yeah, cooking up a play better, win more 3. I mean, that is what the community desires. That's what I desire.
And as the winner of both 1 and 2, I'll be there.
Yeah, I gotta make sure I redeem myself for my predictions last time.
Last time, you say? I can say almost every tournament.
Whoa,
Gravity has historically predicted very badly. Remember, Play Better Win More 1.
Oh, I remember.
Play Better Win More 1? I don't even remember Play Better Win More 1.
A certain team of 3 Luna mains.
Oh, that's right.
Projected to go last by everyone. Got carried by a singular player.
That one wasn't even just to me, you know.
Would you like
everyone thought you all were going last. Y'all should have gone last. If I had to make my predictions, I'd do the same thing again. And both.
Sai, would you like to enlighten us to who those were and to do the history of the game to those who have not heard of these players yet?
Alright, real quick. It was me, Arcane Chicken, and Yume. Arcane and I were trolling. Yume was 1v5ing every game, and we made it to 4th. But that doesn't matter. This is for who gets confirmed into top 2 of this tournament, and we're going into draft.
We are seeing a really aggressive setup here from Wake Forest. The X, the Luna, and the Estelle. Well, we see Van, we see Amy. Van's coming out. So a lot of Amy presence being shown this tournament. At least in the ban table.
Problem child. I mean, I also, and there's the
X. There's the X.
DC, but I mean, we don't know what awakenings we have. Where are my Audi devs to complain about the spectator feature? I don't know what the awakenings, because based on what the match awakenings is, your team comps and your bans can look completely different. Like if Twin Drive is on the board, for example, and you're not gonna play Atlas, you better ban that champ before you are in for the worst awakening of your life. By awakening, I don't mean the actual awakening. This is all the terminology gets more and more confusing the more I talk.
So the one that like stays the same over the course of every match is like your starting gears. The goalie has 4, and anyone that's forward has 4 options. Then the 2 options you get to pick up are random awakenings. So yeah, they still are awakenings.
And if there are newer viewers in chat, Gravity, could you please enlighten us? What does Twin Drive do? Just for those who haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, just for reference, Twin Drive is like acrobatics from beta. You get 2 charges of your secondary ability. Previously, it was movement abilities, which the only reason that key distinction matters is for Atlas, the problem, because his secondary isn't a movement ability. It's this expanse, a little bubble thing that comes out, a little spaceman thing. Yeah, it's that. I mean, most characters can use it pretty well. It's not first choice for most, except Luna. Saw Skier Bread's been putting the work on Swinguard Luna earlier.
You're on the flip screen map this time around. All the barriers already down early in this game. We do see a mirror matchup between the forwards, but we are seeing this Dubu out again, and that's the first goal of the game, going the way of LP Thieves. Looking to make a statement early in this game. They lost the last round. The last set, so they're down 1-0 in the series. Looking to keep themselves alive in this best of 3.
Yeah, it's kind of an awakening dip there. You know, the X pretty much was commonly referred to as the best trainings, the best in the slot trainings for him. Sorry if I called it awakenings trainings. It's too ingrained in me. Too many games.
Hey, sometimes you hit the high roll.
Yeah, hey, it's a bit like TFT, you know? Yeah, you either high roll or you don't. And there's a big difference between characters who high roll and characters who don't. Now I'm interested, you think anyone's gonna try to be the mayor of Sparkington City in these ones? Or you think Spark's gonna be
Sparks so far? So from what I've seen of Sparks so far, they seem to be powerful in the very late rounds, but pretty weak early on. Where we seem to be in a very fast-paced meta, at least from what I've seen so far. We want to get barriers down quick, we want to get goals down. We're not playing for too much for the kills, but we are playing to get that, to procure the core and put that in the net, says Deathgun.
Deathgun needs those things, you know. Not real any damage getting played for. You know, I'm happy Geeks not get to watch these. He might say lethality is too low again. Don't need a repeat of that.
Not lethal enough. Too many cores being scored. We need more barriers.
Yeah, you said most people think lethality is a bit high. In its current state, I think it's actually pretty fine. I think it's somewhat reasonable, assuming that like some crazy shit's not in your game.
From what I've seen so far, it feels like lethality is more reminiscent to like right before Unstoppable got buffed, where it's not like too overbearing, but there's a couple characters that can seem a little obnoxious. Looking at Zentaro on that one.
Oh yeah, like is it like perfect form Zentaro will have you begging for an HP increase again. Like that champion has made me cry in my nightmares. Like Zentaro just super surge dashes into me and I just die. Like I can't stand them. I'm happy that people haven't used them yet. I think when we get to beta and we see some of the more beta tournaments pop out, I think we'll be seeing a very high Zentaro presence.
I can't use the most for that. There we go. Yeah. One of the plays we did see so far in this round was Deathgun had this stuck with an ult across the net. Really good presence of mind from Mel to use the core flip to throw the core through the Julie ult. I think we're gonna have to start seeing a lot more people do those kind of trades as this game progresses. So we have a lot of shoving in the current meta, especially against these Julies, these Ashers, the Drakars now, and then the goal to the net here for Apalm. Just a little out of position for Winter.
Yeah, it's hard adjusting to the only builds, especially. This map is so unique in that like they should actually just get rid of the second barrier. It's not needed. Like
I think the barriers could be a little more clear because like when you're looking at these barriers, it's like oh, there's just bumpers on the sides of the map, and then the core hits it, and people go oh no, there's barriers too. It's not just like the old game where there's just barriers in the corners of the map. And another goal for Palm, tying us up.
Game 5. This Apalm guy is actually a straight demon. I mean, I need a core strike on this man ASAP. Because you're telling me this guy's not an Omega player? Because he sure plays like one.
I definitely recall seeing their name in the beta. On my games on my Diamond account. So they're at least of it. Yes. Okay. Yes. Main account or not. I have seen this player before. But we do see the Bears all going down. Stalemate, core flip coming through. Good block by Mel to stop that core flip. Oh, Deep Winter kind of threw to the winds, but freezes the puck for a moment. Back into the play. We palm with a good redirect off the boards and in.
That's my go right there. And after that round, I do have to leave. It is time to party it up instead of playing Omega Strikers for 96 hours straight. Got a bit of a problem. Got to get a bit outside. You know how it is. Anyways,
sounds good, bud. Enjoy
I'm
your
excited
party.
for this. Yeah. Hey, a real tournament prediction though. We just happy to be here. Wins grand finals bracket reset 2-0.
There's no bracket reset. It's 1 game advantage, best of 5.
No bracket reset. All right, they don't need it. That's a quick 2-0. I just remember. I'm not gonna. I'm gonna check the bracket. Maybe I'll pop back into the stream to see the final result. But I know.
All right, also, congratulations, Wake Forest Esports, for winning the tournament.
Whoa. Guys, my prediction, dude. If you look at that last tournament, my predictions were like spot on. I went like 7 for 8 in group stage.
All right, Gravity, real quick. Plug your whatever.
I don't got shit to plug. Make sure you watch our tournaments.
Follow Gravity_OS1, the greatest username to ever exist on Twitch.tv.
Yeah, true. I am the rank 1 Juno player for the record, so if you're trying to see some Juno gameplay, hop in. I'm very, very good at the striker. What can I say?
Oh, we are going to be coming for your DMs, and you know it. But we are game.
You know, everyone knows. No one can get me in the champ. Vaughn thinks he can get me in the champ. Not true either. Simple as that.
All right, see you, Gravity.
Bye. Wake Forest is taking that first goal in this round. Real quick. We'll have to see if the LPTs can answer back.
Yeah, and overall, I think as the rounds go by, as things get crazier, Wake Forest's teamwork really shows. But as I say that, an instant kill by Feinmucked, I think that's a huge difference. Everything just hits a little harder in this version of the game, it feels like.
Yeah, I feel like when there's a game where you high roll trainings, everybody hits pretty hard. But I did have a couple games today where it felt like there wasn't a lot of damage, but I could also attribute that to there just seeming to be a lot more defensive or movement trainings in that game. So games can have a bit of variety that way, from what I've seen.
And Apalm's looking to cook a little bit, but Winter stopping the core, getting it out of there, and Malone once again trying to get it past Feinmucked, but Deathgun and Feinmucked trying to make a passing play happen, but Jumper's interception and Malone on the offense as well. It's just really a back and forth, even though that phrase is so overused.
Honestly, one of the more undersung people in this game, Mel, actually just being the third forward in this game. Where obviously, and we get a goal off that from Deathgun and shoving it through. Mel has been able to get in on these plays very often, where obviously the Dubu is a little harder to get involved unless you have your barrier up in a man advantage. Normally you don't see the Dubu coming into midfield and yeeshing the game up a bit.
Yeah, and especially on this map, it's a little harder to be that third forward unless you're like a Luna, because the core just switches sides of the map so quickly with those speed boosts.
For this village, this is Oni Village, this map?
Yup, and it is quite a degenerate map. You'll see a lot of shoving on this map. Everyone's already seen a ton of shoving on this map. The speed boosts are the way to go, it feels like.
For sure, it does definitely increase the speed of the core throughout the map. Does seem like that would put Dubu maybe at a little bit of a disadvantage as a character who is less mobile. Oh, good stop in Winter.
Oh no, Apalm thought it went in, stopped, could have struck again, maybe gotten the goal there. Overconfidence. But Apalm, once again, another opportunity. But you can't just run around the core. Should probably use that core flip soon, and there it is.
Oh, good counter core flip coming out, and it's in the net for Apalm again. Back to another 2-1, backs against the wall for this round. Will we see LP Thieves pull it back to a 2-2 again? Let's have to see here. Lots of core flip advantage for the side of LP Thieves, but losing a barrier already. And a member of the team.
LP Thieves are just not using the core flip, it feels like. They have full meter forever. Meanwhile, Wake Forest is just using that meter whenever it's necessary.
Yeah, some people are just less confident. But Muck's getting both barriers in a 2v3. Bring it back around. Oh no, the core flip missed.
Malone manages to sneak in a strike, and it's looking really good for Wake Forest.
Wake Forest is feeling themselves right now, putting them up 2 rounds in this set. Looking to take the second game in the set as well. I believe this is the best of 3, and that would secure them grand finals. We do see some interesting things on the board, like Estelle instantly getting on that prime time for the side of Wake Forest. Pretty massive deny from the LP Thieves Estelle as well. Who was forced to just take Deadeye, which I'm assuming is just a better version of the Ultra Scope. Reading it.
Yup, and honestly though, I think it's over. Primetime and Twin Drive are just too powerful, and you get them on the two crucial members, Jumper and Mel, so...
Not to mention Apalm picking up the 2-punch as well, which I would assume is pretty good for Julie combo.
Yup, and honestly a perfect draft for Wake Forest, it feels like. I think it should be pretty dominant as long as they play correctly, and Malone on the offense instantly clearing the second goal barrier. Even though they don't have the meter for core flip, I don't think they'll need it. They'll just need like a singular passing play. Apalm could score here, but no, the Dubu wall coming down.
It's Winter's time to turn up the heat. Keep it out of the net for his team. While we see the stacks coming up. Big stop.
That was an insane passing play. Doesn't work out, but Apalm preps the Julie ult, and that special really, really good in front of the goal. Better now than before, it feels like, because it's hard to just hit it right through.
You know, for 2-punch, is it applications of damage or ability based?
I forget, but I think it's applications of damage.
Ult?
I could be completely wrong.
So Julie ult damage would just ramp over time.
I'm not the greatest person to ask for this. Someone will say it in the chat. Someone will be more correct.
Chat, you got my back. Just an interesting thought that came to mind since I haven't seen too much of it yet. But the Corvo puts it away. It's 2-0. Backs against the walls. LP Thieves, what can you do? Can you pull this back?
Wake Forest just playing this advantage so well. They're just pushing the advantage, and Malone almost has the core flip. Watch out for a dash into flip maybe soon at the end of this round.
Possible. We do see the barrier advantage. Both barriers coming down. LP Thieves, their final vanguard here. Oh, keeping their barriers alive. Mucked back playing to the top side. Deathgun has that core flip in the corner. Gets the kick, kills the goaltender.
I can't believe that killed. Mel must have been like holding out.
Hey, look at that. LP Thieves get another one on the board. They're not dead yet.
And for those who are just joining, this is the test. This is what the future of the game is looking like. For better or for worse.
Better or for worse, we do see a lot more movements and a lot more interesting mechanics with the core flip being added.
Definitely love the barriers though. I think that's like the one thing that most people are just very positive on.
I didn't like it at first, but I think after seeing the adjustments and some of the maps that they changed, I know you kind of know what I'm thinking right here with the first one that we seen.
Yeah, it's definitely gotten better over time. But do you know what else is getting better over time? Wake Forest, they just need one more goal here, but LP Thieves trying not to let that happen. They have so much. Everyone has a core flip. They need to score with it, and there it is.
Gun gets it. We're tied up. They say never say die until it's over. It's 2-2. Can they force the next round? One more goal, and they keep going. They can get a better draft. Maybe they can even up some of the training choices. We'll have to see here. 2 more core flips still available for the side of LP Thieves.
2 entire core flips. They have to make it happen here. Oh no.
Oh no. Losing a barrier. Buck's keeping it in though, staying alive.
Alright, great.
Gets one back himself.
Yep, great play by FindMuck. Now Winter just needs to pass it down, find an angle for Deathgun and FindMuck to just get that last barrier. And with those core flips available, should be able to score, but now it is the side of Wake Forest that also has 2 flips, gets the barrier with 1, and Mel should be looking for a goal now.
Definitely possible. That's a core flip used by the Estelle, but it misses to Deathgun, but gets cut by Palm. They have the offensive advantage here. They have the core flip with Mel. Ooh, Mel's coming in. Good wall.
Alright, but now that wall is down, Mel waiting for the next dash. Could dash and flip in. Has a great opportunity. But no.
Deathgun playing on the edge here.
Oh no!
Let's get the heal off. Gets the barrier.
This is the opportunity for LP Thieves. They just need 1.
We haven't seen this flip just yet from the goalie, but Deathgun puts it away and forces the next round. Never say die. We're going to game 4.
Oh, and you have to think.
Bracket
Round.
update.
Oh, bracket update.
Round 4.
We're just happy to be here is now in losers final. So they took down PSI Storm.
Alright, so the gravity prediction staying alive. They have a chance to make it to grand finals and maybe win it, but the draft here, Tempo Swing being taken. Tempo Swing so strong on the Juliet. Deathgun, as you said, maybe it'll turn around now that the side of LP Thieves are getting the draft.
Not only that, but we're also seeing the missile propulsion for Jumper, a staple for the Estelle in the previous game versions. We'll see if it's enough to put them away. We're also seeing, like, I think this is our first major spark pickup here. Spark of Focus coming in for Mucked. Not particular. So they have 2 sparks actually. They have 1 of the defensive ones. Not particularly the best combination, I'd say.
Yeah, and Apalm already getting the kill. The tempo swing did nothing for Deathgun in that moment. Apalm just killing so fast that the healing and the additional damage was not a factor.
Both barriers already down. Pressure staying up. Oh. And Apalm says, I don't need the core. I'll take the Dubu. Putting them up 1-0 in this round.
All right, and once again, Wake Forest on the brink. Just need 2 goals here in the lead. Have great trainings as well. The last draft doesn't erase their advantage so far with the prime time on the Estelle. But oh no, Mel gets killed in transit, and so does Apalm. Jumper left alone to defend the barrier.
Good clear by Jumper, stalling those timers. Deathgun's playing it around. Weird missile propulsion in from Mux, but
And Jumper's so good on the defense. Almost perfect.
Alive. Everybody's alive. It's gone now though. Playing around, lots of offense coming in, but good clear by Mel. Keeping the barrier alive for LP Thieves is put in deep. What can they do in this corner? They can find the kill on the Estelle is what they can do, except for it's coming back the other way for Wake Forest. Both barriers gone. Playing it in deep. Dubu clears. Pick up Mel. 2v2.
Yeah, and the Deathgun doing so much damage with that tempo swing. The health bar disappeared. The knockback was so much. And should be a goal here. Deathgun finds the opportunity. Probably didn't need the flip, but better safe than sorry to tie up the game in this round. Wait.
Current stage of the game, you do what you can to get these goals. But weird to see the Estelle actually picks it up, maybe with the back of a missile.
Yeah, but we'll have to see how the Julie battle happens, because it feels like whoever gets the jump is getting the KOs.
It does feel that way. 1 barrier down though, advantage to LP Thieves in this round. We'll see if that holds up with Deathgun's health bar being low.
Deathgun was moving, but Mel managing to defend all of that and going in, but leaving an opening for Deathgun, and now Deathgun looking to KO Mel. And it does happen, barely enough damage, and the return KO not possible from Apalm. Being a bit of a goalie here.
On the backside, Jumper managed to get both barriers down. Good core flip from Apalm to keep it alive.
And right there we saw the defensive core flip. Core flip increasing the pickup hitbox way more than a strike. So a fantastic defensive tool, and Apalm in the perfect place to catch it to clear by Winter.
Hey, we see the advantage back in Wake Forest's favor. Backs to the wall again. LP Thieves know this situation more than anything we have seen so far. Can they hold on?
And Apalm's going to have to be aggressive, gets the barrier immediately, and this is something we haven't seen so far, the early lead from Wake Forest in these situations. But will they be able to convert this time?
Up to see the Julie battle is going in favor of Wake Forest so far, and that second barrier's gone.
Jumper has the flip!
And it's over! Wake Forest takes it. Damn. Off the back of the core flip from Jumper from midfield. Really good picking the corner. Congratulations, they move on.
They're in grand finals with a 1-game advantage in that best of 5 as we move to losers finals with LP Thieves. And we're just happy to be here.
Hey, just for people who are just happy to be here, they're putting up a clinic, winning lots of series here. Was it Wake Forest who took them out last set, I believe? Are they the ones who sent them the losers?
Yup.
Hey, well, we have the grudge match. They're more practiced, they're primed. Can they make a difference in this next set? We'll just have to see when we get into the lobby. Looking back and seeing the core flips, just I think that was one of the major advantages that Wake Forest had in that last set. Is Mel was so good with these offensive plays with their core flip. The dash into core flip for the Luna just it seems almost unfair with how powerful it is.
Yeah, and I feel like if Mel is more comfortable with doing that even more, I feel it will just add another layer to Wake Forest's offense.
For sure, and this is a team we obviously have seen already in the collegiate scene, playing back in the original collegiate tournament. It looks like they haven't missed a beat as they continue their strong play here.
All right, but we're just happy to be here in LP Thieves, the 2 teams that I think most would have projected as the number 1 and number 2 are fighting it out to not be number 3.
And this will also be a best of 3, or is this a best of 5 as well?
Best of 3.
Okay, just making sure. Is there a tournament page I could grab?
StartGG/playtest.
Thank you. Pull that up real quick.
Omega Strikers community really just yoinking all of the good URLs. We got OS, we got CD, we got OD, we got Omega Strikers, and now we got Playtest.
Sorry, it was start.gg?
Yeah, start.gg
Yeah, I
/playtest.
pasted it
Thank you,
on
got
the
it.
VC.
I just want to be able to pull the player list up, so I have it here. In the set, I see. Lots of players we do know from over time. We'll be seeing Obscure Bread, a very, very known goalie from over the years, a West Coast player, good guy. Borg, mainstay since the early days of Omega Strikers, and then Zenith, somebody who was a bit newer to the scene. In the later parts of the beta, really known for their Estelle.
Zenith is a bit of an anomaly because they showed up in like Omega or at least near it super early, kind of vanished for a while, and then came back near the end and did way better.
Yeah, obviously my not so high elo account. I think I've seen them a decent amount towards the end, like when it was about to close. I think they played a few more games.
Yeah, they definitely
But
also.
they were
I think they
eager.
participated and did well in a few tournaments as well. But right now, we're just
That would
happy to
be
be here. A bit missing from the world. I wonder where they are.
No responses?
Yep. If any are here, it is your time. Oh, they are ready. Okay.
All right.
This is losers finals. We're just happy to be here. LP Thieves best of 3. There we go. We're seeing Atlas's lab a ton.
It's an interesting map to say the least. You are seeing the IME hover here. The side of Mucked. Will they get it or will it be taken away by the side of we're just happy to be here?
I don't think a IME ban is too likely. Definitely possible. The X ban, pretty good idea. And Atlas being banned, of course. Atlas really good on this map. You could just expand the circular goal barrier.
Makes a ton of sense. Our Obscure Bread's also a very, very renowned Atlas player. It was his #1 pick throughout the betas. Aside from his Kai, at least.
We also can't see the initial awakenings, but maybe it was Twin Drive again, and well, maybe in that case both teams would have banned Atlas.
Perhaps. Looking at the list, though, I think Deathgun, a friend of Obscure Breads, just knows just how good this Atlas is. Wants to make sure he's not on this absolute comfort pick. As we move into the game, we're seeing the Dubu and the Kai in the nets.
But what I'm confused about is that the bans were kind of reversed, and we're seeing a lot of prize fighter here. I'm surprised an Estelle ban didn't come up for Zenith, who is very known on that particular character.
Sure, but we also see Muck coming in on the IME, something that we did see get banned quite a bit so far in this tournament.
That's so much damage from the gravity field. Oh no.
And Deathgun's gone already.
Zenith stacking that prize fighter early. Borg almost dying, but staying alive. Crucially, no stacks for Find Mucked and Winter Freezer.
Not quite just yet. Borg staying alive. Cooldown's coming up. Deathgun's back. So is that middle spot.
Wow.
Oh no!
And that's probably going to be the rest of this game. People just flying all over the place, getting blown up, and stacks going up and down. Oh, but Find Muck not in position, but it doesn't matter. Obscure Bread stuck in the barrage, and a bit of an unfortunate but also fortunate situation there.
Classic mistake. The barrage is a very skinny skill shot for the Kai, as strong as it is in priority. You gotta make sure they're in the right lineup or else it'll scoot right by.
Oh no, and Obscure Bread's the worst possible angle if you're a goalie, and Deathgun looking to score here, and that was just so unfortunate.
The Thieves are angry about their last set. They want to get back. They want to get back at the Ross to just rob them of their finals position. But we're just happy to be here. Still strong players in their own right. Can they pull this back in this round?
And this is actually my guilty, like I feel guilty saying this, but this is my favorite map right now. And it's just the angles with the gravity, like the curving angles are just so cool.
And being as somebody who likes to do a lot of playmaking and passing plays, playing with this obstacle that helps redirect the core, as you call it in this game, is a lot more fun, especially with the Kai, playing Kai myself. Getting Giga Blast into gravity redirects, a lot of fun to do.
Right now, Deathgun and Feinmuck looking for a bit of a passing play, but Borg running interference. Feinmuck on their own a little bit. Oh, goes for a little bit of a fake out, but good defense by Obscure Breads using the core flip. And now Feinmuck and Deathgun trying to stuff, but all it does is get some damage on Borg as it rebounds towards the gravity field.
Just put it in deep. Good stop by Winter to keep that out. Not once, but twice stopping Borg on the play. Has the core flip available now. Something we didn't see them use a lot last game.
Yeah,
Let's hope to see it a bit more here.
Deathgun definitely... We'll see if Deathgun uses it, because that could mean a goal here and a very clean first round. But no, Borg with the perfect angle right on the top corner.
Hey, just like in the last set, we gotta say teams don't want to say die just yet. Only 2 goals separate these teams, or separates. We're happy to be here from their round win. Just gotta play their game, keep it steady. They have a really offensive comp.
Oh,
As long as they play for the pressure point.
Winter manages to dig it out. That was almost a barrier going down immediately, but now Deathgun in an advantageous position but cannot find a strike. And Obscure Breads has been pretty good, but oh, the instant parry from Zenith on the core flip. And now Deathgun, come on, you gotta use the core flip soon. Gotta either use it for this goal, barrier, or anything. You can't just let it sit, because you're basically wasting an entire core flip if you take the amount of time it's gonna charge to use one.
Yeah, he has been holding us for quite a while, but as I know players, they want to save the score. What's a barrier? Why would I waste my special on that? But hey, as I'm saying that, he does not have to use it to get that, and there's the core flip to the corner. Oh, just shorts.
Yeah, it's been unfortunate, the angle slightly off, but now Feinmuck has possession, but Zenith winning the strike war, and now Borg, but oh no, amazing defense by Feinmuck using the glitch pop as a second goalie. Zenith goes for the goal, but Winter Freezer, the clears are great, but Zenith's core flip is better, and as you said, all they need is 2 goals, they're 1 away.
To a tie, sudden death, Winner takes a round. LP Thieves backs to the wall on this one. Not necessarily, as they had been in the last set, but hey, Winner takes all. We'll see if they can stop. So we're going. We do see a core flip available for Obscure. I know he's a player that likes to get aggressive. Will we see that in this round? No core flips available.
Right, Feinmuck trades a KO for a barrier. Can they make it worth it with the barrier here? But no, Borg gets a barrier of his own, and now Deathgun looking for one, but an amazing core flip by Obscure Breads to stall even longer.
No aggressive play coming out from Obscure Breads, but an excellent defensive play, keeping it off the barrier. Loses it there though to Deathgun. Both goal keeps open. Slow play by Winter here. Core flip's steadily available. Muck has core flip.
Oh
Good
no!
Dash. Oh.
That's the thing, because the core flips up into the air, it looks a lot closer than it actually is. And that is exactly what happened to Feinmuck, getting killed, and now it respawning.
But he's back. He's full health. Deathgun's gone. Man advantage. Really good barrage by Obscure to keep it out. What can Muck do to keep us away from his own net? Really good redirect.
Yeah, and
Playing it off the wall.
oh, amazing KO by Zenith. Winter was caught between a rock and a hard place. Like, there's Dubu's so big. There's so little. It's just hard to save that one.
Hard one. That's a good question, actually. How do you feel with Dubu in this meta? I know you're not per se a Dubu player yourself, but I'm sure you've seen plenty of gameplay of it so far.
I think Dubu, as many have said, Atlas is just better, and Dubu's lack of like real midfield stuff, and also lack of, in this patch, anti-stuff, because the role is like pretty nerfed. I think Dubu's just in a weird spot. I think Dubu forward is better as like a specific pick for when the opponents are not going to kill you as much. But Dubu's also a bit of a punching bag, so it really depends on a lot of factors. I think Dubu's not really the blind pickable goalie anymore.
Here, Deathgun was one of the last picks in this draft and still gets away with a twin drive.
Can't believe it, but honestly, less priority on Juliet, so the other team might not have really thought about denying it.
And Cena choosing to opt for the missile propulsion, the comfort of the original build, as opposed to the second primary. Or secondary, sorry.
Yeah, I would actually have thought Zenith would go for the twin drive, but Zenith also really loves doing just the strike into special combo, so
And the Cell players have always prided themselves on. Like that, right there. Goal picked up by Zenith in the back of the missiles.
And like Zenith here and Obscure earlier with the barrage save. Although there's like a big gap in terms of knowledge of this patch, because it's like a completely different game. So a lot of the mechanics still transfer over. If you were a top player then, you're still probably a top player now.
Correct. Knowledge is power, but when you have the skill to back it, that's when it really thrives. Zenith with the core flip in this 2v2 right now. But it seems like we're getting a slow down play, waiting for players to spawn in. But a free, absolutely free barrier given away there by Winter.
Right, an amazing glitch
Untraded.
pop. Fine Muck creating an opening, and Winter has the core flip. Could maybe use it here, but Obscure has the core flip. Amazing defensive use of core flip and almost gets the barrier, but Winter is there.
Absolutely beautiful by Obscure Reds there on the flip. But still the disadvantageous position. But we do see the trade kill. Can they get this barrier to even up the playing field? Good core flip. The corner. To the Atlas Dome.
What is that middle thing called even? I called it the gravity well for a while, but I'm not really sure what the real name is.
I don't know. I'm just going to call it the Bomba Field, I think. At this point.
With Death Gun in the right place at the right time, dash punching. That's a classic you saw a ton in beta, catching the clear angle.
Gravity Zone's probably proper. Audi devs, what do you think? It's a black hole. It is a black hole if you look at it.
Right, but Findmuck and Death Gun. Death Gun not dying there. Getting hit by almost everything, and Findmuck backing up Winter Freezer's roll. Findmuck has been like the second goalie and has saved Winter Freezer so many times so far this game.
As well as Muck just playing in the defensive zone, though. We got to look at Zenith's offense on an absolute killing spree of 4-0 right now in a streak.
Okay, and honestly, it's making me wonder if they're going to start putting damage on Winter Freezer. Findmuck going for a little bit of the Aimi combo. Winter does not have the strike.
A tragedy, but a 2-1 lead, for we're just happy to be here. We're seeing a lot of play coming out of this offensive setup of Zenith and Borg. Are we sure that the goaltending will be enough? Oh, we just have to see.
But a big thing is that Aimi turret, the Firewall Sentry, and Death Gun and Findmuck combining to instantly wipe out the goal barriers. The bottom one's gone. Winter has to focus on the top one. Amazing Summer Assault. And now Obscure Breads with the core flip, looking for an offensive play. Gets trapped, and yes, Borg is there to follow it up. Now all the goal barriers gone, and this could be another tick on the scoreboard for We're Just Happy to Be Here.
Sure, played back around by Zenith, put back in, beat priorities Mucked, core flip to the net, good stop by Muck. Io parries it. Death Gun picks his pocket and puts it in. 2-2 once again. Winner take all.
That was
Interesting tidbit we're noticing. Obscure Red is losing his barriers almost instantly every round, but still holding on in that bit of a comfort zone, as if they're playing the original variation of the game still. Like, what's a barrier when you just have to defend your net?
Yeah, it feels like Obscure Breads hasn't really fully committed to just defending a singular barrier once one goes, like... I think goalies need to just realize that one's gonna go down, just defend the other when that happens, and Obscure kind of playing a little too far to each side. Because back in the beta, it was kind of fine to play a little farther down and up because you could cover the goal with like a barrage or whatever. But nowadays, you can't really cover the entire barrier. But as I say that, the barrier's both gone on the side of LP Thieves. And this just could be lengthening of the lead for We're Just Happy to Be Here.
Good stop by Winter to prevent that from happening. We don't see any core flows available outside of Mucks right now.
No way. Zenith's just too good.
Zenith picks their pocket and puts it in. Looks like we're going into a... Wait, was this 2-0? Oh, sorry, same game. I keep forgetting just how lengthy games are now.
Yeah.
Advantage in the sets. We're up 2-0 in the set.
And prime... Oh, it is over. Zenith getting prime time. It is done.
Zenith is feeling himself. He's got the setup. Can they answer? Peak performance picked up for the Juliet on the side. Death Gun. Let's is a little extra stagger really going to help this onslaught that's coming their way?
The size definitely might help with the pressuring, just being in the goalie's face. But overall, the prime time is so powerful.
Having access to 2 beams at the primary has always been powerful, and Can't see it stopping here.
But Deathgun using the evade and getting the goal. We're finally seeing some more usage on the big screen, and Deathgun converting a third of the meter to a 1 on the scoreboard.
Hey, sometimes you don't need the blue bar to get the plays done. What we're learning here today.
Yeah, and as Gravity said earlier, eventually people will figure out that evades just do so much for you. You can negate an entire kill ability pretty much.
Could be he. We see of Juliet's, but it's back to a 1-1. Kind of sneaks in the corner there. Well played by Borg. A renowned Juliet player. Always known for being one of the better ones on the ladder.
Yeah, and honestly, we're also seeing the effects of Estelle and Evade here. I feel like Estelle right now maybe a little balanced around the addition of the elusive, the Evade, so you kind of have to use that button when you're defending against her as a goalie. But so far we haven't really seen that because you have to think about so many things already. So many new factors in the game.
Yeah, just more skill ceiling being added to the game in that respect. Especially for the goaltending role. Which is a good trade-off, to be honest, as goalie originally was likely the more skilled role necessary in order to secure wins. And with barriers being added, it takes away a little bit. It's good to see that they're still trying their best to make sure the role is, honestly, it should be the more skilled the ones. Oh, good goal by Borg.
Borg flips first, scores first, and once again, match point for LP Thieves. Wait, is match? I forgot what terminology we're using.
I believe we're referring to it as a round. Round, then set, then game.
Okay, game point. There we go. But Zenith core flipping right into the firewall sentry, and that is all your meter gone for nothing. Obscure Bread's defending. You can also see like a lot of the muscle memory. Obscure Bread's kind of like flicked up there trying to stay centered to the goal. And it's like it takes a lot of games to break that muscle memory of goalie positioning, because you were spending hours just subconsciously moving back in the beta to the optimal places, but now the optimal places change as the goal barriers get taken down.
As we do mention that, though, he is a goalie who's played a lot of games. Maybe this is his comfort zone. Maybe he's, I am a goalie, I don't need no barriers. I'll just keep you out the whole way. As we do see the Prior coming in, the other barriers opening up as well. Zenith on the offensive, Mox putting it back. But we do see a core flip ready for Breads. Well, he uses offensively, he's been really good defensively.
Oh, and last second save for Deathgun and Winter Freezer. I'm not sure who striked that, but it was right at the last millisecond. Deathgun going for a dash punch, but Obscure Bread using the core flip to get it out of there. And now Borg with the core flip, Zenith almost with the core flip. Both of them have the capability to score right here, just need a pass. But no, Fine Muck and Deathgun running interference so far.
Just need to procure the puck on the opposing side of the board, like Borg is doing here. This is a dangerous area, but Zenith keeping it in. There's the core flip, and there's the goal. There's the set. Sorry, the game.
It is difficult.
Yes. That'd be 1-0 for we're just happy to be here.
Yeah. I think we go with round, set, match, and series.
Series probably works, yeah.
Yes, your series works for the, yeah.
Yeah.
It is difficult.
That way we don't have to ignore match point as the term in game.
I do need to run for just a second. I'll be right back.
All right.
All right, and overall, we're just happy to be here. It was not like a complete stomp, but it was pretty dominant. So we'll see what LP Thieves does for the next game. I mean, yeah, game, right?
Next match. Yeah.
This is difficult. I hate.
I think you can probably use game and match synonymously.
Okay. That will save me. So, Jugal in the chat saying just me or do core flips need to be heavily nerfed? I thought that too. I think the more familiar you get with it, the more okay you get with the mechanic, but I don't know. It's definitely up for a little bit of debate. It is strong, but I feel like the more I played, the less overwhelming it felt.
Especially the more experience you get and with these mechanics, the stronger dodge is, or evasive.
Yeah. Going evasive. You go evasive for too long, I swear. It is too long. But we're going to draft, and honestly, I am surprised we haven't seen any Drakkar or ex-goalie. Well, Drakkar at all, honestly. Drakkar is so strong.
I think maybe the players just don't know that he's very good at core control right now. Because killing with him is a little pretty tough.
Alright, and we're heading into game. Match. Match? Game?
Game.
Match.
Something.
Okay. It'll take me a bit. But the sides are swapped. The blue team now is We're Happy to Be Here, while LP Thieves are on the red side. So the Unlimited Awakenings this time were Peak Performance and Chrono Boost. Definitely two of the less like immediately overpowered ones. We'll have to see.
Yeah, I think Gravity was saying something about the defensive, or no, I think it was Blue Blazing saying something about people starting to use the defensive trainings. I haven't gotten around to see high elo matches yet. But I can believe it.
Yeah, I'm a bit clueless. I have not watched any of the scrims from the top tournament players, you know, but so far Obscurebreds and Borg, along with Zenith, having pretty much dominant core control. So we'll see what the LP Thieves can do to interrupt that, but this map is just so favorable for them, it feels. Every time they've shown up on Oni Village, they have done pretty well. Other than the time versus Wake Forest, but Wake Forest just so coordinated. Alright, and Zenith getting the first goal. Era actually has felt pretty weak throughout the playtests. I'm gonna be honest. Felt pretty useless, but I feel like Zenith will have to like better player here. Yeah, Era so far just, I don't know. It just has not felt substantial.
I've heard she's gotten a lot better at the goalie position somehow. I think it's her ult maybe got changed.
Well, right there, the passing play, the core control firmly on the side of We're Just Happy to Be Here. They don't really, they're striking it to each other, and they're just getting the passes. That's going to find Magni to interrupt them more, and Winter Freezer, like we said earlier, just needs to pick one barrier to defend, because as Dubu, you are not protecting both.
Yeah, no chance.
Alright, Obscurebreds lets one go, but overcommits to the bottom one and loses both, but as Trick said earlier, you know, Obscurebreds just a good goalie in general in the beta, one of the top players, so, you know, maybe that's not necessary in Death Gun getting stuffed. Oh, but these trade core flips and counters, and Death Gun comes out on top.
I think Borg is probably the only one on his team that's just holding on to core flip in case of a goal.
Yeah.
I'm really sure that's what you want to do with X.
Borg holding on to it, I don't know. It really depends. But oh no, Obscurebreds doesn't have the strike in time. That's the strike change. It's a slightly slower now. No more goalie zone buff either. The muscle memory might have cost him. And yeah, so far I feel Borg just needs to cash out, right? Not using it and losing both barriers, and they could score here. They're right in front, but no. So close yet so far.
You can just get one barrier. If you're lucky, you can get two.
Alright, and now Zenith and Borg get it finally, and now it is time for Borg to finally use that saved core flip to take out this round. Surely it will happen, and there it is. Alright, and first round going to the side of We're Just Happy to Be Here. Now X...
Sorry, I gotta use the washroom too.
X looking to get the prize fighter. Prize fighter grants you 25 power straight up. So will be quite good. Aerials pretty good for the Era as well. But I'm kind of surprised the X did not opt for Quick Strike. I feel like it would have been sort of good. I'm a bit lonely. I'm waiting for Trick.
Speaking of Trick, all right, hello.
What timing?
Sorry about that. Oh, okay, so I'm assuming we've seen the Estelle ban in this game. Estelle and Atlas? Or
Yep, Estelle and Atlas bans.
nice.
Very smart Estelle ban, to be honest. Zenith was quite the menace. What is your thought on Era, though? So far, I have not really thought that Era has ever been too good in my games. Or this game. I feel like Zenith is simply just better playing and not really using Era.
So, I have played against and with one Era so far in the games I've played today, and she just kind of has been Era. She's kind of just been there, procure the puck, slow me down, make me a little match, but like not overbearing like she could have been towards the original alpha releases. She's never really been in the same space she was then, but I think that could have also been a tribute to a player issue.
Well, what is true is that Borg is absolutely dominating that point, and Findmucked and Deathgun can't really find their footing on this map, it feels like. Oni Village a little too fast for them. They're getting outsped, Winter Freezers getting crossed up with the goal barriers. And even though Obscure Breads is letting a lot of the barriers go, just being a good Orthodox goalie is really just saving them the rounds in the games.
And once again, who needs goal barriers when you have the skills that you had prior, all honed up and ready to go? Just a little bit more area to cover, and if there's one goalie to do that, it's definitely Kai, as it always has been.
Yep. Many attempts to nerf Kai goalie all ended up either
hurting me.
all ended up hurting Kai forward and arguably strengthening the goalie.
Yep. Ooh. A little late on the swing.
Yeah.
Good goal for the Leaves.
And that is a bit of like the reason why a lot of newer players will think that core flip is a bit broken. If you're a little out of position, if you're not ready for it, it will score from across the map. But
hello, I am here to represent new players,
yeah.
saying core flip is a little broken.
But I think the real difference is that once people start killing more efficiently, the evade is the real broken ability, not the core flip. That button has two broken things on it, and one of them is more broken than the other.
Less used because it's less flashy, yeah. But at least something I'll have to learn over time. As opposed to just using my MOBA skills to dodge I have in the past.
Right, and this game's gone to a bit of a standstill, but Borg once again burning the meter, forcing Winter Freezer to create. Oh no! Winter Freezer got hit stunned, and the barrier goes down. And that's another thing.
Unfolding, but traded.
It feels like a lot more abilities just hit stun more. I don't know. Like, back before.
It's definitely more visible. I think there's more stun.
Oh no, Findmucked. That was unfortunate.
Yeah, I think it's a little more visible when things stun you or hit stun you. I think you actually get text now, which makes it a little more noticeable. I don't know if it necessarily. I don't know if there's necessarily more hit stun.
Yeah. Obscure Breads will need to commit, but okay, Winter Freezer now committing completely to the top barrier. We'll see how that pays off. Obscure Breads and Zenith making a connection, but Borg a little away from there, but Zenith might be able to solo, and Winter Freezer rolls early, and this could be the end for this point, this round.
Yeah, they got man down, 2 core flips available, almost 3. Obscure not going for the offensive play I'd expect from here. Good stop by Winter.
That was just a messy core flip by Borg. Missed the first try and just could not recover.
But the puck has been procured. It's hit the corner. It's in the net. This round goes to we're happy to be here.
We're happy to be here. A bit dominant. Ready to get the rematch from a few rounds ago versus this team sitting in grand finals right now. Wake Forest Esports. A bit of an unexpected grand finalist.
We are seeing heavy impact coming in here for the X, and Twin Drive being the unlimited use one in this round. Pretty good one for the people on the far side of the draft. But we are seeing Kai with the stack on stack, something he has favored in the past. Area with her patented cast the last as well. Pretty good pickups here for the side of we're happy to be here.
Wait, has Era just gotten everything that she wanted?
Era is doing Era things, correct?
Chrono Aerials cast the last. I feel like that is kind of good.
The fastest era you've ever seen. Kai who?
Yep.
The real speedster is here.
And as you can tell, Zenith is just controlling the midfield. The Winter Freeze is getting the good strikes though.
For the time being, we'll see. The down. Yeah, I guess we have even advantages here. But there goes the last barrier, as I say that. Skier putting it in deep. But kind of just neutral zone play. Borg, a little deadly at those corners.
And
HP advantage going the way. Sorry.
you can kind of see Obscure Breads like tending towards the middle and bottom when a barrier is down, and that's like the old habit. Like you don't really need to do that, and that leaves the barrier at the top a little open. But I guess it doesn't really matter with the amount of control that Obscure is putting out after those barriers go down.
How do you feel with this enemy often placing their turret on the slipstream? Good goal by Borg.
So I think the positioning is okay, but the timing is like often off. I feel like Mukta isn't really finding the correct time to do it. When there's like a stuff convention going on, you kind of have to drop it down when both teams are just in the trenches hitting it back and forth. But it feels like Find Mukta is doing it like right as it ends or right like before it even happens.
Button glow me press.
Yep, maximum ult up time, surely. Like that right there was so bad. What does that achieve? You know, it has to like do something, but Find Muk doesn't need the firewall turret at all. It seems doing it all on their own.
Crutch.
Oh, and almost scoring there too. Just a tiny bit of mispositioning on the blink. That would have been the play of the tournament. Even.
I wonder if that was a super surge diff. Just not underestimating the ranges. We're back to 1-1.
Yeah, and it doesn't even matter. Deathgun shoving it through two people. Julia dash punch, still the dash punch we know and love.
Extra question marks on the back into that one. What's interesting, so much pressure was in that round for We're Happy to Be Here just to go down a goal in this round. It just feels pretty bad, to be honest.
Amazing turret usage from Muk there, though. Zoning out Obscure Breads, almost getting another goal barrier, and Deathgun respawning. Zenith and Borg have flips. Have to make this happen. Oh, and Zenith goes for a KO. Yeah, as you were like, what were you saying? Oh no.
Oh no. Looks like we're just kind of seeing a lot more neutral zone play this round. A lot less on the edges.
And Obscure Breads once again with the defensive core flip, gets it out. Deathgun not having a chance to strike. Finally finds the opportunity. Muk almost dying to the Giga Blast. But overall, the game just slowing down so much and Borg just sends it right into the log. Another core flip wasted. And now Winter Freezer and Deathgun have the meter advantage. Oh!
But will it be enough? Ooh, there we go.
I guess they don't need it. Okay, and
More so you mean they need to use it.
yeah, yeah. And yet, this is just the point. This is the series point for We're Just Happy to Be Here. They just need one goal. Although Zenith is down, we'll be respawning very shortly, so with Deathgun not being able to hit that, the barriers are even as well. Zenith looking to get it, and they just need a goal. No barriers.
Back to the wall while LPTs pull it out again.
Okay, that's a start.
Barrier down. Good log. Deathgun shuffling. Blocks the net. Good blink.
And Find Muk went for it all there, and that could be it. It passes back. Deathgun manages to pick it up, but Zenith interrupting the pass. And that core flip not getting the value you would want. An amazing clear by Obscure Breads. Amazing Giga Blast. That is now AoE. And Zenith looking to score. Borg looking to score. Just striking, and Winter Freezer putting up the defense, but leaving a gap at the bottom, and that is it. Borg will secure it, and We're Just Happy to Be Here advances to Grand Finals.
Unfortunate ending for LPTs there. We finally seen some adequate usage of the core flip coming out of winter, and it was just too little too late. Great showing by them. They should be proud that they got this far in their first tournament, and we'll be looking forward to seeing them more in the future. Pretty solid 63 saves coming out for Windsor. Respectable performance. Heads held high, guys. We'll see you next time. But what's us to our matchup for the next round? We're happy to be here, advancing to take back on, checking notes, Wake Forest once again in the Grand Finals. Wake Forest, once again, will be up 1 game going into the set in the best of 5. So they only need to win 2 games to close it out and be crowned winners. Where, obviously, we'll need to see, or happy to be here, take out 3 games, which is going to be a long set series. Long series, is what my notes say. GG mucked.
All right, and this is the final series of the tournament. And it has been how many hours? 3 hours on the dot. So the best of ones proving their necessity.
Yeah, definitely.
Who knows? Maybe in the future we'll be able to customize a bit more with our matches in customs. Who knows? Be able to adjust length a bit more.
One could hope that we get
One
map
could cope.
selection.
Oh, and speaking of, did y'all see the Omega Strikers Reddit? Like the guy recreated Omega Strikers.
I did see that. I did.
The one thing that jumped out for me was a custom match thing. I wish.
I recall reading the top upvoted comment saying, Audi Maple offering them a job. So, who knows? Maybe we'll get it. Cope.
Map selection, please. But, you know, maybe in the
The
future.
term of support we want is just in-game stuff. It's great.
Honestly,
They know what we need. They'll get to it eventually, right?
honestly, the funny part is, like, in every other way, Odyssey has been, like, the dream company to work with for, like, tournaments. Because, like, usually, the game itself has, like, the tournament infrastructure, but the developer doesn't do anything. But, like, it's the opposite for Omega Strikers.
They are reverse Nintendo indeed.
Like, they help out so much. Like, they make it pretty easy. They made the stage channel, etc. But the game itself, a little bare bones in terms of tournament stuff. So, honestly, though, I'd rather have this than the other way. Like, it's nice finally having dev support.
We can't fault them for putting priority into getting the game into a tip-top shape to sell it to field it out for when the date hits, which is not too far off. Interesting to see if there's any last-minute changes they incorporate.
Okay, we are getting in shortly. I should probably mark a 1 on Wake Forest Strikers. There we go. Atlas. We're seeing so much Atlas's lab.
It does bring some very explosive potential to the games, to say the least. We're seeing some Kai Stell, Julie hovers, and the Insta Triple Atlas ban coming up. Keeping Atlas out of his own laboratory. And the Julie to get Borg off of his main. Okay. But that does mean Borg X.
Yeah, Borg can play Julie and X, so I feel like the ban would be better used on Zenith Sistel. I'm gonna be honest.
I agree with that. I think Zenith Sistel has been tremendous throughout this tournament. But perhaps on the other side of the board, Wake Forest just really wants to also play Cell. And I think they can match it. It's Jumper after all.
Are they gonna go full mirror or
I don't remember if they were playing Kai.
maybe not. Oh yeah.
It is Luna.
Yeah, I can't believe I forgot. Mel is the Luna enjoyer.
Yeah, we are seeing the X mirror. Well, the C. These two X's have been quite strong in the day. We're seeing some stacks on stack starts for a lot of these players. Well, I don't quite know what the I thing is. I think it's the Spark one. Or attack speed?
Focus. Cooldown.
Cooldown, right, thank you. As of the attack speed.
Right, and Borg is just outstriking everyone. Barely using abilities, just using pure strikes to get that goal barrier. And maybe one more, doing a ton of damage to Apalm. And that could be the death of Apalm right here.
But the ult does tick off, letting Apalm live another day. Unless Zenith has anything to say about it. Recovering. He's at the pressure.
And
trouble.
Apalm turns the tables on Borg.
Oh!
Alright, well, it is a 2v2 for the time being. A-Palm just walks up and core flips. Oh, this is just the early playtest classic, I guess.
Black hole is what every Luna Bomba wants to be.
I'm gonna reiterate. What is it called? What is the official name?
It looks like a is there an official name? It looks like a black hole.
Maybe we just say it like, yeah, you're right.
There is an official name.
There's no official name? Oh.
What's a black hole?
Well, like, the thing in, like, I haven't been told anything about what it's called, so we just call it black hole.
Alright. By the time they make an official name, everyone will call it. Alright, an Obscure and a Zenith looking for a bit of a passing play, but that pass interrupted the muscle memory. Interrupted by the black hole, and it's evened up by we're just happy to be here.
Oh, we need to shorten their name.
Just the hole.
No, not the black hole. The team name.
Alright, but Jumper taking a lot of damage. Borg doing a lot of damage to A-Palm, but importantly, A-Palm staying alive and a barrier going down. And both barriers going down. Wake Forest Strikers have an opportunity here, even in a 2v3.
But will the comfort zone hold up? Put in deep. Zenith's got the core flip. Put in by Melda with her core flip, and it's just not close enough.
And standing near the wall has consequences. We saw that in the beta. We see that now. The Kai Giga Blast can kill a Luna who is a little too close to the edge.
One of the best things that happen in the game. Oh, the black almost redirect was almost good.
Oh, and Obscure a little bit too late on the flip. Jumper waits a bit and then finds the correct angle going up. In the
Is it lit or early?
You have to do it first.
Okay. You can't core flip. Got it.
Right, and Zenith, a bit of a hater of the black hole, is pretty much just instantly detonating it whenever the core is passed to them. Honestly, if they're already doing well, I can see you want to remove the variability. And wow, Zenith on point. Mel has not been able to dash to the edges of the map.
Work procuring the puck. 1, 2, 3 goal. Put in a 2-2. Sudden death for game point. Sorry, round point. In this first round. You see the core flip available for Borg. Nobody else in the game quite ready yet. Black hole getting good damage onto Palm. Palm out of here. Zenith should get, oh no, good block by Mel, keeping their barriers alive.
Oh, and maybe,
for how long?
Maybe Zenith and Borg getting a little too tricky with it. They finally get the barrier and finally get both, but maybe they could have gotten it earlier. They passed a little too much, doesn't matter. Good strikes coming out from Mel to stop that in its tracks, but Borg managing to get the goal there, and they have taken an early lead.
Yeah, that's one tick up for them in this set. Let's see if they can go ahead and keep that momentum going into this draft. So we're having both Estelles picking first and second. We see prime time on the board, instantly grabbed by Zenith, knowing just how powerful that is. Will we see the twin drive for the side of Jumper? Oh, so they want Spark of Agility. Just to outrun the X, I suppose?
They're going for the spark stacking, it appears. But 2 sparks are already here, so that is taken down. And Twin Drive, once again, falls all the way down to the Luna. Mel really happy with that draft, even with last pick.
Could be heat. That means Jumper saying this is going to be a very, very long game in this set of games we're going to be playing in this best of 5. So I'm going to start stacking now and be powerful as this game progresses. Zenith, you have this early game, but I can hold on.
I'm so confused.
It holds up.
I'm so confused why none of the X's are taking quick strikes.
Could just be a matter as they're not practiced enough in it. Not there's a tier list out yet. Not everybody knows what everything does yet, or tier list of what is best for each character. But that'll come in time.
Okay, and Zenith and Borg with the passing play, getting a barrier immediately. I didn't expect it to be that early. I thought they would have to repeat a few times, and going for the bounce off the wall into the Stella Beam doesn't happen. A-Palm dispatches Zenith. Oh, and Obscure does not dodge the Luna bomb, so is a bit
barrier
low.
alive. 1v3, keeping his barrier going. His team, Estella's coming up. Zenith is here. The core flip is here. Doesn't quite hit it though.
Oh.
Does not lose the barrier.
Okay, and
there it goes.
Apalm needs to make it happen. Has a flip if necessary. Is not.
And all the effort gone to waste. 1-0 Wake Forest for the start of this game. Close but no cigar. We have core flips. A lot of core flip advantage coming in for Wake Forest going into the start of this round as well. Black hole goes off, but some good hit damage down. One barrier going in. Oh, both barriers actually. Good plays by Borg.
Yeah, Borg and Zenith have been on point. Amazing core flip, but whose was it? And they just leave it alone.
Upper core flip. Picked up by Borg. Tying the setup. I gotta stop changing every time I say it. So I keep this on. I keep a screenshot most of my monitor. All right, we're good.
Okay, and
He just has me.
honestly, when we're just happy to be here or in position, they are quite efficient. But I think it is a lot of it is up to how if Apalm can get a KO and disrupt that synergy.
Yeah, what we've seen in the past is Apalm and this X doing some tyrannical work in the goalie crease, having incredible pressure, but with the proper trainings, we'll see if it's possible. Especially as a esteemed player like Borg, who's been around for a long time. As we said, Borg picks up the kill. Black hole erupts, puts it in deep. But but Mel! Great goal. Holding the core flip, by the way. Still has that for the next round. In the set.
Alright, and they're one goal away from tying it up so far, but we'll see Mel's core flip and dash usage. Earlier on, Mel was punished a lot by getting KO'd as soon as they dashed, and right now is punished for moving a little out of position by both barriers disappearing. Oh, but a fadeaway rocket! Oh, but does not matter at all.
Fancy feet, Borg.
And
Doing him dirty.
honestly, that is a remnant of, you know, back in the early days of beta, when people were not as good with Eject Luna. They would just dash across the screen, eject back, and then immediately get scored on. And that's a bit of a flashback to a different era.
As we look back on fondly these days. But, keeps the barrier alive, 1-0 advantage. Gravity had to step out. He had something come up. So I'm here to fill the bill.
Yeah, and if anyone is like, you know, there are a few casters in the chat right now. If anyone wants to fill in for me, I am exclusively a substitute, so. But the game is very close. Mel has the core flip, Borg has the flip as well, and so does Obscure. With the entire side of We're Happy to Be Here has the flip, but no, Obscure misses!
And the Luna Grand Slam. Securing the point in the set.
That was insult to injury, because I don't think that was even necessary. It was so unnecessary that Mel is still last in the pick order.
Look what we see here. Look what we see here, though. We see it for Apalm. There's the adrenaline rush. There's the heavy impact for Borg. We have some strong trainings coming in here for the X. Another spark to stack for the set of Jumper. But we'll see how that goes about things. Stronger Giga Blast. Nobody taking Hot Shot. I don't like the Deadeye.
Obscure, you had Hot Shot. Sure.
I cannot say I like big Giga Blast, I guess, but like, you don't have range to really work with them.
Well, if they win, it didn't matter. Alright, and now Borg and Apalm duking it out. Apalm dodging everything and whiffing on Borg, so both stay alive.
Big juggles. Going down, man advantage for the side of Happy to Be Here, putting it in deep. Can Borg get this? He does. Borg has been so good in these games and getting these goal barrier down early. Oh, a little bit of a mess up by Obscure to lose his barrier as well. Back to even playing field. No core flips just yet.
Alright, the possession has been pretty good for Jumper. Apalm in position. No flip, but it doesn't matter. Obscure not fast enough to get there.
Been there. When learning Kai goalie, been there. But bigger nets, new ranges to get adjusted to. Old habits die hard. 1-0 for Wake Forest in this set. See if they can hold on to the momentum.
Right, and now all of Wake Forest is crowded around that barrier, but all of them are unable to keep it down. Mel barely makes the save, and Zenith combos it in just barely.
Beautifully done. Now we've been hyping up this adrenaline rush, Saya. But you still need to get a kill in order to activate that training. It is still a dead training until that point.
Well, you do get the 1 second flat reduction, which is pretty nice, but yeah, you do need it for the full power of it. It's balanced around actually getting the KO.
Where Borg does have a lot more of the more upfront with his heavy impacts, I believe he picked up last round. It comes down to Jumper getting a lot more poke down to get Apalm snowballing.
Alright, but Apalm has the flip, barely misses the angle for the goal, and that could cost them.
Good, slight miscalculation there, but do you see the core still in deep? Is he a good drop there, but Obscure uses his core flip, losing it out there. That's in the net.
Oh, and that's so unfortunate, because if Obscure didn't whiff the flip, was pretty defensive, probably thought he didn't have full meter. Probably was using it for the evade, which would have been an amazing play. Still got the evasion effect from the flip, but wasting the entire bar feels so bad. Which is why a lot of people have been asking for an option to evade while at full meter, but maybe that's just part of the trade-off.
Honestly, having separate keybinds for it would be cool. Oh, good flipping at both barriers in one go. Huge value for Juniper. Jumper. Core flip, stalled out.
Alright, and Mel goes for a bit of a spicy play. Is pretty much playing forward right now, but walks back and the barrier goes down.
Lots of damage onto Apalm, but has the core in deep. Good Luna Rocket, that was a little deadly.
But Wake Forest is just being interrupted over and over, but we're just happy to be here. Zenith is just running interference quite well.
Interference being done perfectly. Mel, honestly, I think Mel has been playing the set fantastically. They've been involved in so many of these offensive plays for their team. When they're not in the play, it seems like they're a little lost in the map, like the rest of their team.
Yeah, it kind of feels like they're just waiting for the dash button.
Oh.
But it doesn't matter because Apalm wins a loaded strike war.
Well played.
I think you probably call them like happy to be or happy here.
Team happy. Let's go. Trainings here, I'm not an expert obviously, but these don't look like great trainings outside of like 1-2 punch.
1-2 punch, unstoppable. The nerf hit it hard. It used to be 100% knockback resistance. It was very funny back then.
Cast to last should be kept for the second X.
This is huge
not
though.
Being taken.
Luna getting specialized training. We haven't seen a lot of evades, and if you're not pressing the evade button against a specialized training nuke, it is not going to look too good for you.
How do you feel about Apalm taking bulk up here over Cast to last?
Bulk up? Wait, Apalm got 1-2 punch. Oh, Borg took. Okay.
Oh, it was Borg? Sorry, my bad.
Yeah,
backwards.
I think it's fine. I think it's way better for the survivability aspect. Having that extra. Wait, no. Wait, I'm so confused. But Obscure wasn't confused, but Jumper
was on top of the play, puts it away. 1-0 to Wake Forest at the start of this.
I got a little lost. I think it was fine. It does give you 250 max stagger.
Okay, it's not bad.
Yeah. It's more of a defensive option. Maybe Borg just wanted to be in the play more.
So it's like the new well-fed.
Sorta.
But not needing to be stacked.
Offensive too, because it scales power with your max stagger.
Okay. That's pretty good sounding, actually. Especially like an Asher. Oh, goodbye. The X.
Also, in the chat, speaking of Asher, I saw a lot of people complaining about Asher. Asher is so strong right now. People are just unaware. People do not know.
I haven't been playing a lot, but it's... Honestly, it looks quite obvious that Asher would be very strong with how trainings currently are.
You get big fish and you are balling. Anyway, Mel trying to 1v1 Obscure Breads, and that was almost it. Jumper helping out as well, but once again, Mel trying to make it all happen, but it's just playing a little too bursty. Dash only, it feels like.
We have such big matchups in this series between Zenith in the Estelle matchup. You have the Borg and Napalm on the X matchup. But honestly, looking at these goalies, they've kind of both been the major backbones of their team. Obscure with his heavy defensive play, and Mel with their super offensive play.
Yeah, Mel is providing that extra bit of offense that Wake Forest needs to get these barriers and these goals, but as you said earlier, their offense does sometimes feel a little dependent on it, or it's either that or Apalm getting the kills.
Yeah, where Jumpers, they've gotten a few very pure procure the puck kind of goals so far in the set, but they haven't been as standout as they were in the prior series.
But I feel like Borg has become aware that he can just walk up to Luna, and I feel
That
like
bodes very poorly for Wake Forest.
I feel Mel's life is gonna get a lot harder from now on.
Which is a great heads up for the team of Team Happy. Given how Obscure wants to just play more of a defensive style.
It is. Oh no, we saw it earlier, but it returns, dashing straight to your death.
As a Kai player, you'll love to see it. Huge hit by the boy Obscure Reds, putting Luna in the grave, getting the point up for this team. That's one of my favorite interactions in this game.
Honestly though, I'm glad there's not the old version, the goalie buff Kai Giga Blast. That was degenerate.
Kind of like the new Giga Blast.
Yeah, the AoE aspect.
It's not like the AoE aspect is something you can always rely on, but when you do, it does have a more skill expression to it, it feels like.
But as we were talking about Team Happy, Wake Forest is one goal away. They just need one.
Jumper continuing to add these more low-profile goals to the leaderboard.
Yep, Apalm and Mel are way flashier, but Jumper's there when you need him.
Yeah, Zenith likes to go for a lot of aggressive blink plays as well, where Jumper just being more reserved to balance out the offensive to defensive aspects of their team, which is honestly is kind of heat, because I think if they didn't have Jumper, they'd probably get scored on a good bit more.
Yeah, Jumper is pretty stable presence in that midfield, but is so low with the Zenith Stinger that Borg should be able to pick up a KO right away. The Zenith picks it up themselves, so
Once again, like we said last time, on a killing spree, 4-kill streak.
Everyone has flipped though, except for Obscure. It has to be used soon. Oh, and it's almost a goal. But now Apalm and Mel, with the flips, will they be able to do something? Sometimes you just gotta use it on the barrier if that barrier is lasting too long.
They're bloodthirsty. They want Palm dead. They're looking for it, but they do whiff. But Borg finds it this time. Will this be the gold? Yes, it is! Zenith from Downtown! Holy crap, that was fast.
And they extend it even longer.
I'm gonna be real, that core strike speed, not okay. That was faster than Hotshot Juno.
I mean, to be fair, Mel has twin drive. Maybe should have looked into saving that. That was a bit far away. Maybe even reactable, I suspect.
Maybe reactable perfectly, but that was max range. Mel was a little caught up crease.
But Mel is going to be looking for this missile prop, it feels. Or maybe not.
Missile
no
prop.
way you go glass cannon here. Yeah, okay, missile prop. Thank you. And this is the final round of draft.
You have a chrono boost for the X to round it out. Interesting. And of course, the rapid fire for Estelle is always nice. Lots more DPS coming in for that build.
And important to know, Zenith is rapid fire prime time. I feel like Zenith will just take over.
Zenith is in the maximum DPS build for Estelle from the betas.
Singer rapid prime.
This is the build that made people cry for Estelle nerfs.
And then Adrenaline Rush became a thing.
And then Adrenaline Rush was introduced to the game. And I say, it should probably never have been introduced to the game. But here we are. In a more modern era of where there's a lot more trainings available.
Oh, but Zenith finds the angle. Mel not ready, struck a little early.
Zenith said, you guys are talking about my damage, how about my playmaking? Getting an excellent shove in into the corner. Mel feeling that one, laying on the ground, taking a quick break as we hit this next round up. Oh, good block by Zenith. Oh, the bomba!
And I think we should see a lot more of those coming up, because with everyone's charged meters and the lack of dodging, that Luna bomb should be a little more powerful. Oh, but
So
not
nice
like
dodge.
that.
Oh. Yeah, in this last play, Zenith's been doing a lot of dodgy things with it, but Luna saying, dodge this, ending his career. But Luna now down, back on the map. A lot of tempo here for the side of Team Happy.
And you were saying
Well, that's considered down.
DPS. That primetime rapid combo means that Zenith could just loop in the corner over and over, and Mel goes for an aggressive clear, and that's something that you have to do, but outplayed by Borg with the flip.
Presence of mind of Borg to sit there and delay that flip. He's seen Luna leave after he flipped and just held it and waited for her to go by. Excellent presence of mind from Borg. Very smart player.
Alright, and Borg looking to speedrun this one. Trying to get the strikes in. Zenith in position to just use the primary a ton. But Jumper somehow managing to get it past alone. And now Borg trying to get past Jumper, but no, Jumper's midfield controls 2 good stunts up Breads. And there it is, the Luna Nuke.
Sometimes all you need to procure is the Bomba to get the series going. 2-1. Still on game point for the side of Team Happy. They're not out of the woods yet. Wake Forest still has some life in them.
Mel has got to be very careful, and yup, they're taken out just like that.
Careful, you say. They don't know the meaning of the word.
Yeah, but Jumper's midfielding has been a bit of a carry for this Wake Forest squad. Jumper, perhaps the MVP if they manage to take it. Just like
That's
you said.
for sure, but has the core flip. There goes the X. We're on a 6-kill streak.
Alright, Mel playing a little bit more up with the eject.
2 core flips available.
Oh.
Team Happy.
Overall, though, Jumper is just carrying these man-down scenarios. These disadvantaged scenarios. Jumper is just getting in front of Borg, preventing the passes, and Apom scoring. Obscure Bread stuck in the animation.
The Giga Sin. I know it well.
You got a little
Watching
greedy.
the puck skid by. You really want to get those Gigas out to get it on cooldown. It's just, unfortunately, a little too late.
Oh no, Jumper misses the flip strike, but it's fine. They're staying alive. Mel dashes back.
I think Team Happy has realized if they hit Jumper, the defense for Team Wake Forest kind of falls apart. What I'm seeing out of Borg here.
Yeah, and now the Jumper's dead. This could be it. With the barrier down. Oh,
and the Luna down, and in the net, and that is the set. We're going to game 3. Well, I guess technically game 2, but game up for Wake Forest due to them being in the upper bracket. So, technically game 3. It's been an interesting development in the series. Wow, the saves out of Obscure Bread, by the way, 117. Kind of heat. Once again, we looked at this. We see the flash of the scoreboard there. We've seen 32 saves for this Estelle and 42 for Luna. They're playing the double goalie comp, and I can't say they've been playing it poorly, but there's definitely been execution that's been a little lackluster in the midfield.
yeah, and though I do feel like we're just happy to be here. If they hard focus Jumper, I think it could be over.
It could be, but again, this is a Luna with a lack of defensive. Something that X's love to see. Let alone Zenith, one of our more aggressive Estelle players. That's the one thing I'm kind of wanting to see more out of Team Happy. They're not really hitting the same target a lot. I don't know if you've noticed that, Saya. Like, there's a lot of low bars, but like when the kills come through, it's generally when it takes a long time and wear and tear on the team.
Though I think one of the takeaways is that how do I put it? Wake Forest is a little too killable. They need to look at it in the draft and change up their ban, because although Jumper is good on that Estelle, Zenith is a little too good on the Estelle.
Okay, Zenith, very known Estelle player. I don't know what else they play. I don't know if we've seen Zenith have his pick ban. We're seeing the Kai taken off the board and the Alice. We're seeing Obscure Bread force off his 2 main picks. They're saying that the goaltending from Obscure Bread was too heat. We need to cool him down. What are we going to see? We're seeing a Luna Hover is what we're seeing.
I'll be silent for a bit. I'm trying to do some scoreboard magic.
Sounds good. Looks like so far we are seeing a mirror matchup on the board. Will we see the Estelle come through for the side of Wake Forest again? Or are we going to see a 3-for-3 mirror? Long hover coming for Wake. We haven't seen the lock just quite yet. But I'm feeling we're going to see this Estelle again.
Yeah, and well, at this point, you kind of have to pick the Estelle. Like, you've turned it into this situation. Did they ban the Kai? I wasn't paying attention.
They did. Atlas and Kai were banned this game.
Okay, this could be the change they need.
Era.
Wait, Era? Not the Estelle?
Unless scoreboard bug, this is an Era.
Wait, y'all needed the Estelle. Estelle was carrying. So
they heard what you said, Saya. They said you guys need more defensive things into your draft, and they heard no Estelle. Okay, well, Era, got you, Saya.
I feel like this is weaker. Oh no.
I see what they're going for. They're saying, Palm, you've done so well for us in the enemy zones. You found all these important kills. What if I just continue to buff you and play more defensive on my side of the map? Could be Heat. I don't agree with it because I think giving Zenith the Stella is still the mistake here.
I feel like the problem with Era is that the damage difference is too high. Era's not like reliable damage.
Yeah, generally speaking, Era requires a lot of like forethought. Like I think Era does a really good job of forcing out a corner bumper. This isn't necessarily a corner bumper map, but you know, she can have her uses if they coordinate it and call. Not something that you're gonna really expect out of this level just quite yet. But hey, it could happen. I agree. I think the Estelle's a better pick though, especially with how well Jumper piloted it last game.
Well, to be honest, Jumper is still the same player, despite the pick, and getting some amazing barrier clears, bounces straight to APOM, and they take the first goal.
That they do. This is what we're talking about. Jumper's playing their defensive play style. May have died at the end of that play, but doesn't matter because Palm's carrying the puck and putting it in the net.
And honestly, if Jumper has like the presence of mind to go for defensive stuff in the draft, maybe that will be the difference maker if they get the durability required, if they find the stagger swagger, the unstoppable.
But he's going to make sure in the meantime to shut down Borg early to not just prevent them from getting goals, but to prioritize them down further in the draft so they can get a worse training off the board. At least that's how I look at it from a tournament play perspective.
Yeah. But you also have to pay attention to the fact that Obscure is now in the Luna. I think the damage on the side of Team Happy is even more, and the damage has been lowered.
Call it Heat.
Yeah, the damage is lowered on Wake Forest and gone up on Team Happy. So if they can land their abilities, but as I'm saying that, the Team Happy is the one getting beat up. Maybe APOM is just too good.
The more you're saying this side, the more I'm kind of hating this draft decision. Like, they went in the net, they're scoring goals, which is cool. Good by them. But when this team that has all this kill threat and is also so durable into this era, what happens when they wake up and have some trainings?
Yeah,
the scaling side is a little worrisome.
The Awakening draft is going to decide a lot of things, but right now, Jumper running all over them. Oh my, Jumper really running all over them. That was 2 barriers gone in an instant and a goal.
Cool. That was a quick speed run. Perhaps this Luna pick is just a little unpracticed. Mayhaps.
Alright,
and the Era tops the charts.
Oh, but will
Castellast
deny the prime time? There are 2 schools of thought. Castellast or deny the prime time? Denied the, yeah, there we go.
Denying prime time is good. It's also more CC onto Borg. Meaning Zenith is going to have to do a lot of heavy lifting in the damage profile. Damn, are we saying Era was right? Is that what we're saying here, Saya? I don't know how I feel about that.
It really depends, but I don't want to say it's correct. Like, looking at the drafts in a vacuum, I would take the left one. But the way they're playing it, it's working so far. We'll see when they scale more, but as long as the Awakening RNG allows Jumper to deny Zenith like that, but as, oh, well, we're seeing the weaknesses right away.
For sure, that's what we were worried about in this draft, but can they keep that up? That's what we need to see if Team Happy is going to come out on top in this set. They have the draft advantage. I would say they're at a training disadvantage right now, but can they make up for it with skill and experience that they do have with this team?
Oh, and Obscure barely avoids death, but Jumper and APOM once again combining for a ton of barrier pressure. This map, pretty easy to get the barriers on. but they're doing so with such efficiency. Obscure forced the dash save, and that resource a bit crucial as Obscure gets stunned into the back of the net.
Played by Palm. The Bomba is just not quick enough to offer the CC that Bread needs to be provided. And we are seeing a very Spark-oriented build for Luna. As the resident Luna player, how does that make you feel?
You know, I haven't been playing Luna that much in the tests because, you know, Luna got a little harder, it feels like, as a character.
Oh.
I'm a little not good enough. Like, there's like 4 tiers of Omega players. I'm near the bottom tier. But
See,
it is what it is.
could just be from lack of practice, to be fair. You weren't playing a hell of a lot towards the end, I'd say.
Yeah, well, enough about me. Jumper has been dominating in the core control. The core flip comes out, and Apom's a bit early, but it doesn't matter. No, Obscure! The last second core flip.
I'm gonna call a ref. That's in.
Yeah, if you measure, I'm sure it went over the line, but it doesn't matter. The defense coming out from Obscure. Zenith almost dead. Apom has to be looking for that kill soon. But no, he's continuing to hold the position.
Just quite not there. Lots of damage on the Zenith in a bit of a dangerous position, but staying alive. Core flip from Jumper just goes around the boards. Oh, Zenith goes down for the Bomba. What can Palm do? Oh, there goes that barrier. Good job by Bread.
Yeah, and I think Breads has to outplay, and is so, but does not have the ability to make that last save happen.
That's rough.
On the Sparks, though, you can start going for them, but I don't think they're that good. Even if you have, like, full Sparks, I don't think it's, like, Exodia. Like, it feels like you have Exodia, but, like, I don't think it's really... I don't think it's game-ending levels of powerful.
If you were to stack Sparks in your whole draft, say in like a 5-game set, is that the preferred build? Like, is that better than not having Sparks?
I think that each character's optimal build is better than full Sparks, because not all characters use all the Spark stats properly anyway. So it really depends. But like you don't really get stuff like size with Sparks.
Which, as we've seen over time, size has been a very underrated stat in this game.
A bit adequately rated now with the terror of Asher and size though. With the melee abilities scaling with size, Asher's primary taking up the entire lane.
Oh, why? No.
Yeah, but Melch goes for a bit of a goal, but unable to manage to defend the barrier though, and Apom almost, but Breads with the fantastic dash. Will they be able to find an angle to deny yet another round? Zenith though playing the midfield now. Apom.
They open it up. Forward to the net for the core flip to stop it. But a second core flip as well. Back to the net. Bork putting pressure on. Good headbutt.
And both teams using defensive flips to their full ability.
Zenith still holding on to the flip. The flip that just couldn't come on luck.
Yeah, and no matter how good you are, eventually you run out of cooldowns. And Obscure in a bit of a rough spot there.
The era. It's just pumping value. It's top charts every draft.
Deny special? No, okay, goes for prop. Now, Obscure is probably a special, right? Or extra special? Yeah, it's either one. But extra special might now fall down towards Mel.
I don't know how I feel about an air taking missile propulsion.
Mel took rapid fire, not extra special? Surely. Well, I guess defensively, having
How
more
are the numbers?
rockets.
Wait, how are the numbers on extra special these days? 35.
Cooldown reset. The reason
I
it's
see.
good on Luna is because you burn so much meter on the opposing
Sorry,
team.
I thought you were talking about Estelle.
Oh yeah, definitely not on Estelle. But on Luna, each nuke can just burn a third of your opponent's meter if played correctly, so it's super
For
valuable.
a certain individual trying to argue that extra special Estelle was the best thing on her late in the beta. That's why I was confused.
Ooh, I don't know about that one.
That's what I said, Chief.
It's a third of the meter, or you just nuke the person who has the core flip?
That too. Or just nuke someone right at the end of their evade.
If you see some good kills from Tempo coming in from Zenith, can they convert on this though? Good defensive pressure coming in from the side of Wake Forest, but is it enough? There goes the era. Zenith is on the board.
Oh.
Procuring the puck into the corner. Good shit by Zenith.
And Mel, without cooldowns, it is very hard as a Luna there. You have to just pick a side and they could react to which side you're picking.
Just that one of the few weaknesses of Luna. But a weakness
wait a second. Luna has a ton of weaknesses. Okay. Well, so far, Mel keeping the barriers under lock and Jumper once again midfielding quite well. Apom in the thick of things, getting so much damage on Zenith. Mel getting a rocket as well. But Apom suddenly brought to low health. That is the specialized training power combined with the stinger. Almost getting cracked.
Let's get the dodge. Stay alive.
Yeah, and staying alive is you know, the new orbs are more like health packs than orbs. Experience-wise, they do literally nothing.
I'm not gonna lie, I didn't even know they still gave XP.
But as health packs, they are pretty useful. And Borg finally using a flip for the goal gate, and this could be it. Borg trying to get in there, trying to get a strike, but Mel smartly core flipping away. Okay, but oh no, Mel so close.
Does the middle bar count as an orb?
No, it is just speed boost.
Okay.
I think a big thing though.
They used the same animation, that's why I wasn't sure.
Yeah, remember speed orbs?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was gonna the respawn. They use the same.
Oh.
See the circle loading bar.
I can't believe it.
Almost the prio.
One core bounce destroyed both barriers, and it's looking like this round is gonna head towards Team Happy, unless Wake Forest has something to say about it. But
Flip. Missed it. Lots of pressure on the palm. A good shrink coming out of Jumper to keep a palm alive there.
oh, and Obscure gets caught up by the NATO. Did not evade.
Oh, and it's in. Jumper just the absolute MVP coming out of Wake Forest in these late rounds. Keeping their teammates alive, getting the goal bearers, getting the push to take out the goaltender to finally put the puck away.
Oh, and this is embarrassing, but everyone's been calling it core flip, including me. But I'm pretty sure it was renamed like 3 days ago.
Fortunate.
And I forget what it is. It is so over. But it doesn't matter. Apom is respawning. Zenith's still a few seconds away, but wow, so many kills. Apom looking to murder Breads. Does not happen. Apom, though, managing to get the barrier, managing to get position, and once Jumper spawns, it should be pretty good for Wake Forest.
Uncharacteristic mistake there from Zenith, forcing them back into the corner, losing to make sure they lost their own barrier. Jumper's got the charge. Good headbutt. X is in trouble. Goes down.
And Borg killing Apom. Pretty huge as Jumper is low. Borg with the cooldowns and the nuke. And there is the goal. 1 round on the board for the side of we're just happy to be here.
Team Happy saying never say die. We stay in it. And the correction is called Energy Burst. Yeah, I'm sure that won't catch on. I'm sure that's not going to catch on. We'll be okay. First pick, we see the Estelle and we see an Adrenaline Rush on the board, but they are opting for the Heavy Impact. Meaning that it's just all but due that Palm gets Adrenaline Rush here now, unless the Luna takes it.
Okay,
but
Luna
does.
takes it.
The Luna does take it. How do you feel about that? Is that correct move for a Luna?
I think that's fine. That's like pseudo extra special. Because
is that better than taking Aerials here though?
I don't think Aerials is that good on Luna. I think Aerials is overrated on Luna.
Okay, cool. Then Adrenaline Rush Luna, it is. Let me see. We'll see if we get some extra Bomba action out of that.
Wait, I swear someone. Yeah, Jumper died. Wait.
Jumper got nuked.
Yeah, that was very fast.
That's just the damage that can come out of this very, very aggressive comp from Team Happy. Both barriers already gone in Jumper's absence. Kind of what you expect when the defensive backbone is kind of off the walls.
And Apom using evade, but will survive for how much longer because that health bar is looking very low. Finally unstaggers though.
Orc's still trying to get tricky in the corners, to be honest. It's not doing that. He could get a couple more shots on net. Losing their barrier on the back of it.
Alright, as long as Malone and Jumper... No, Zenith lines it up. I was about to
Just-
say, as long as they can
Yeah.
get it to A-Palm, they have a chance of getting this goal, but it did not happen.
And when you line up for the piercing shot, it's just a little doomer.
Alright, but now A-Palm with the aggression, along with Mel, but... Wow, that core flip was lucky.
Sometimes luck's a part of the game.
Like, if it was a different angle, the team of Wake Forest would be looking at a barrier or two down. But that was just a bit too like... How do I say it? Whatever.
Unfortunate. You see swarms coming in, lots of pressure. Borg in a little bit of a rough spot, but does look like the special was used by Palm. Nothing to avail there.
And now A-Palm pushing up once again, but Mel pushing in, I don't know, almost dies, but manages to eject back in time. I
Big
think
chunks on to Brad too.
I think a big difference in the earlier games is that Borg has started using flip for the barriers. And that is such a big difference at times, but Obscure panic clears directly to A-Palm. I've done that millions of times. I can feel the pain, and now Wake Forest has a chance of taking it just within this round.
A major adjustment that we've seen between these two games is Team Happy was the defensive powerhouses in the previous game. That's just not the case anymore. The roles have flipped, and it's kind of feels like it's been starting to favor Wake Forest as this round progresses.
I think a lot of it has to do with how good A-Palm is at just staying in. Like, even if they die, they still put up a ton of pressure. And a dash burn from Obscure. Mel and Jumper trying to score there, but unable to. And a barrier taken, and another one almost, but Jumper.
This angle. Very beautiful angle by Zenith to get that barrier cleared, but still down a barrier in this match. Rocket bursted. Oh, really close swarm.
Yeah, and with all of Obscure's cooldowns back up probably. Oh no, gets 50-50 up downed by A-Palm, and one goal away.
It's a very sneaky, quiet entry for an X to get into the crease there. They were kind of not involved in the play at all and just kind of swoop in from the bottom and procure it from themselves.
Oh no, you can't do that! A-Palm slightly wanders into the sweet spot of Luna Nuke, and with specialized training, that's an instant KO.
Well, sometimes the quiet angle is also the most deadly angle. Goodbye, Palm. See you in a few seconds. Barrier Prio. Zenith, a little chunked, but not in any real dangers. That was a free barrier. This should be...
Oh, and that could cost Obscure.
Can you get free barriers?
Giving the barrier and using the dash there with the goal opening. A Palm in position. And there it is!
Just a massive throw of a round, honestly, from Team Happy. They had such tempo there, and just it kind of all fell apart. Just off the back of Palm having such a presence in the net.
Yeah,
Crease.
a Palm put so much pressure there. And Jumper, well-deserved MVP of that game. The automated system is rarely correct, but this time it was without any flaws.
Yeah, honestly, crazy how much pressure an era could put on a match. Keeping their teammate alive and just activating almost every play that they had going for them. Mel had a much quieter performance in this game. A lot less aggressive, which is kind of what we would expect when they're facing a much more aggressive comp that was going to try to dive the Luna. That's something we also identified early, is that X should be hitting their Luna almost nonstop, and we kind of stopped seeing that as the rounds progressed, didn't we?
Yeah, and I feel like that's a side effect of the map. Because the barriers went down so easily, it's like less value to just sit on the goalie when the barriers will go down so fast anyway, it feels like. So I think that like... Come on, we got Night Market again.
Fortunate. But will we see an adjustment in the bans?
That's a good question. Both teams could change their bans up.
If I see an era ban, I'm going to scream. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, okay. No, they're just doing the correct ban, but... Is Malone even an Atlas player? Is this ban even necessary?
I'm honestly, I don't know. I'm not familiar. The player.
Oh, they're switching it up, it seems.
Huh. Well, Estelle is one of the better goaltenders at this point, since goaltenders are basically midfielders.
Yeah, still goalie. If you're struggling with this new patch as a goalie, with this new game as a goalie, just pick Estelle. Like legitimately just pick Estelle.
From one of the hardest, highest skill cap goaltenders to one of the, hey, learn the role with this, goalies.
I feel like even in beta, she wasn't that hard. It's just you had to be very decisive. You had to press the right click. You had
Something
to.
that players aren't until almost in the halfway to Omega, it feels like. Decisiveness is not people's strong suit. Especially when it comes to character theory. Yeah.
Good recommendation.
What do you say?
I think Atlas might be a good recommendation for starting.
I saw a lot of Atlas, but the problem with that Atlas, you have to be very intentional with your positioning. I saw a lot of like Atlases even in test. A bit of a positioning diff. Yeah.
But even with the net being bigger now, Atlas only needs to guard a small area to keep a barrier alive.
What a save
That's
by
how Atlas
Obscure
thrives.
though. Dribbles it on the bottom edge, dodges the spin from a palm, and Mel losing a barrier in the process of dashing.
Interesting note, we do see Borg back on his patent Julie. And that is a really big swarm.
Also, I do think that this map does tangibly make it like, if you're playing a Jack Luna on this map, you have to be a little more aware, it feels like, because there's like, oh no, Obscure, you had to... Just as I was about to say something, Obscure gets eaten up by the NATO and unfortunately does not press the evade button. Might not have had the meter actually, so not really their fault, it was just caught out.
Bears going down early. Luna could have died there, but just a little wide by Obscure. That's a really big swarm. What training is causing this?
Monumentalist.
Huh.
But Jumper opting for Stagger Swagger, which I think is correct. As I say that though, a flip from a palm and Wake Forest looking to close it out, because if they win this, they win the entire tournament.
That's correct. They're putting the pedal to the metal. Team Happy needs to figure something out here because they're kind of falling apart at the seams. Is Aeropig really throwing their plans for a loop?
That Awakening RNG, the initial Awakening RNG, is so good for Jumper because that Stagger Swagger, as I mentioned when the Aeropic first arrived, a very tanky Jumper might just be the difference maker.
Yeah, something that really surfaced with all of the area builds we saw at the end of beta is just how fast and tanky she managed to be with the Unstoppable build. Where I guess Stagger Swagger in its current form kind of just fills that role in itself. While being able to just pick up other things to complement her teammates.
But right now, the pressure coming out from Team Happy is something else. But the defense from Wake Forest manages to dissipate it. But that combo, the offensive combo from Borg on that Juliet, makes me feel like maybe I was wrong about that Juliet ban. Maybe they were correct. Maybe they were the ones who knew.
Any knowers. Any knowers, because that's a big swarm, a dead goaltender, and a goal for the time of Team Happy.
I did not expect that. That just happened.
When it comes with bigger nets, it seems we need bigger swarms as well.
But that's something you can sort of blame Jumper for. Had 2 and 90% of a bar, could have spared 1 for the evade. Could have made a difference.
Yeah, it happens sometimes. Big damage coming on the Jumper there as well, and they continue the pressure. Borg is looking for it. Core flip used by Zenith, sorry. Stream pixelated me a little bit there. We're good now.
Alright, Borg finds a perfect angle though. Borg, once again, as I said earlier, using the flips for the barriers very, very well now. But Apalm getting the kill, trying to get that last barrier, but Obscure really just tanking everything, tanking all the core hits. But Apalm getting in position. Now with Jumper feeding Apalm the core.
There's the first set, going the way of Wake Forest. Pressure is on. At least 2 of these Wake Forest players should pick first, I believe, based on how that first set went, which could really set the tone. We are seeing Era have the blue team go first.
Yeah, it's like draft is in groups of 2, basically.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I wasn't sure if it was like how it was before, where it was just kind of performance.
Yeah, before it was like 3 of the winning team, 3 of the losing team.
Yeah, that's all I got to see, and that's when I was playing the prod. So.
Yeah.
Nothing's too standout here, I'd say.
I'm still wondering why Quick Strike is whatever. Perfect Form's still good on the X. It's fine. We're chilling.
I love Perfect Form Max. It was one of my more preferred builds prior, even with nerf numbers.
Right, and I think we'll start to see Mel punished for those dashes though. Mel really likes stopping the dash on the top and bottom walls, and that is where an Estelle beam or anything from the Julie can just knock you out instantly.
Yeah, I would expect Mel to catch a stray here or there.
And Zenith coming up, should be able to get a barrier. Goes greedy, goes for the double barrier angle at the bottom. Apom unable to score. Great clear by Obscure. Another great clear by Obscure, but eventually it'll come back to Apom. The rock will be procured and that goal will arrive, but the question is when.
Is there a sweet spot in the middle where you get both?
Yeah, if you bounce it off one of the corner things, it can bounce to the other.
Cool.
And
Oof.
wow, that's hard to deal with Estelle. Estelle's weaknesses are almost entirely in the close-up department.
Well played by Wake Forest on the blitz. We'll have to see what Team Happy can do to pull back here. Where it may be a lead, but this specific set is far from over.
I think the biggest factor here is just the intangible part. Jumper just cannot die. And when Jumper cannot die, Wake Forest will win.
That is definitely a big mangle. Oh, but we do see Borg making sure to get barriers, but costing the full core flip in order to do so.
Alright, now
And
the passing play should start for Wake Forest. Oh no, Team Happy unable to get that barrier. That would have been a huge opening. They could have evened it up there. But now Zenith and Borg must hunt for something else. Obscure dribbling it up. Try and send it to Borg. Apom though getting fed the core. Gets the barrier and once again Wake doing the strategy of just feeding the core over and over to Apom until it goes in.
The bear on the other side does go down. Oh!
Obscure barely misses the strike shot. And that was a good strike shot too. That timing would have made it so that Apom would have no pressure, but
But unfortunately, strike shot is even smaller than a Kai barrage missile, and it goes wide.
you gotta respect the try.
It is a good attempt, but unfortunately, they end up down 0-2. Off the chance.
Borg does a vintage split angle though, hitting it off the center and getting it onto the barrier. And now Borg with a chance to save this game, to score, but does not have the punch part of the dash. Cannot stuff it in.
I am noticing Borg's not doing a lot. He's not trying to stuff the puck a lot. Set on his Julie, which is maybe an anomaly.
I think Borg is just trying to kill Apom and Jumper, but it's just not working. They're staying alive too much, and Zenith gets caught in the crossfire of the NATO. And now Jumper should be able to get this barrier along with Apom eventually. Mel contributing a few strikes as well, and Obscure unable to reach it, and Wake is one round away from taking the tournament.
Perhaps just a failed meta read then, leaning too much into the old, where Julie's just not able to quite fulfill that role by killing everybody with how just how oppressive this era has been in this game.
And now there are many options for Jumper. There are so many. Big Fish is good. Unstoppable would be fine. Even Stacks would be good. Like, Jumper had so many options. And Apom getting Prize Fighter is huge as well. Might have wanted Bulk Up to be even more.
With how this game has gone, I'm surprised we didn't see Bulk Up for Borg, honestly.
But this could be the final round of the tournament. If Team Happy cannot adjust, it is Wake Forest's it is just Wake Forest's game.
Okay, good damage coming in from the Swarm from Zenith. Will it be enough? Oh, no, the Bomba. Oh, just stay alive. Barrier advantage inside of Team Happy. But for how long with these health bars? Storm coming through. Prio, there was a barrier. They're still low. Oh no, we're starting to see Palm just play the kill the goalie game.
Oh, and there it is.
We have identified that Palm can finally kill goaltenders. That's not a good look for Team Happy.
And the Prize Fighter will start stacking up. 25 power per stack. 50 additional power right now.
Oh no.
It is
and
looking
they can't really kill him.
A little over. But Team Happy can still be the better players. Killed Malone. And maybe just maybe, they can get the barriers here.
One barrier, will let you tap. Core flip, good core flip.
Oh no! The center of
God.
the split is not very good for Team Happy. The barriers equalize, and with Malone coming back up.
There's tragedy strikes. 2 missed core flips for the side of Team Happy. Losing a barrier.
Oh,
X
Palm!
doesn't go down!
Palm,
Keeping the prize fighter stacks alive!
Palm just stays alive, keeps the prize fighter stacks, and gets the flip, and gets another
And
KO!
gets a goal! And the goal! Apalm said, I want everything, and takes absolutely everything.
He
And
takes
no
it.
repercussions.
He takes it and keeps it, and destroys the stacks of Borg. And they just need one more goal.
It's demoralizing.
Alright, but Borg and Zenith, and always Obscure, not going down without a fight, trying to make it happen, but with a barrier down, the time is ticking. With Jumper refusing to die,
Bomba.
with Apalm taking out Zenith, with Obscure soon to follow. Oh no, Borg accidentally passes, and that's the barrier gone. Apalm trying to self-pass, trying to make it happen.
Shuffled around.
Okay.
Yep. There goes. Okay, that was the stacks. There. That's life. But can they get this barrier?
I guess, can they
Strike
get this
shot
barrier
there.
without getting scored on? And with Apalm back, it gets scarier and scarier. Tornado is good, but Apalm in the thick of things. Oh, and a self
the barrier.
barrier. Okay, now there's a chance.
And a goal.
No!
Oh, not a goal. Just
No!
a core flip. No.
Not like
No, that
this!
can't be how it ends. No. And they've done it. Wake Forest take game 3 and are now the champions of our tournaments. Off the core flip of the century. That's devastating for Team Happy. What a core flip.
Alright.
Congratulations, Wake Forest Strikers. Absolute resilience. The goal to pull out this area after going down a game, and it just works. Something that in the past has been looked down upon.
Yo. Let's see.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Hello,
Where,
Jump,
where
how's
is
it going?
Apalm?
What does that mean?
Not Apalm.
Oh, there.
Where is
There.
Hello.
where's
Malone was the first one who spoke there.
Wait, where's Malone?
Green mask.
Oh, there we go.
They're in the veteran chat.
Took me a while.
All right, we're all in now.
All right.
Hello, welcome everybody.
Thank you, thank you.
Congratulations
Hello.
on your win.
Thanks. That was so
Thank
intense.
Fun games.
Very much so. That oh my god, the final flip. Crazy.
That core flip shows how I feel about that mechanic in a nutshell.
Yeah.
It's fun.
Very
But
good.
okay, so when you entered, did you see your team winning this?
Oh yeah, obviously. I guess
Totally.
I'd say so.
I'd say Jumper did.
Yeah, Jumper did. Jumper's a
He's
little
got the
confident.
confidence.
Yeah. Yeah. We know we're good. You know, we keep up the pressure and stuff.
Okay. So what are your thoughts about the new mechanics? What's first the Awakening draft system?
Ooh, I think it's sick. I think it's really cool. You have to
I'm
be
a
more
huge fan.
determined. Yeah.
Adds a lot of like adaptability rather than just going in with like preset runes that you change every once in a while. It's a lot of stuff on the fly.
For sure.
Much more skill ceiling for sure.
Along with the skill ceiling and such, though, do you feel like though it could be a bit too snowbally with how the new draft system is?
It's definitely something to look out for, and that I'm assuming they'll just address with balancing because some of them feel definitely better than others, and as you start winning and more people start picking first, it does scale pretty hard. But I mean, we had our 0-2 reverse sweep. It's totally still doable.
depending on how the drafts go. But I think with a little bit of changes, I think it'll be perfect.
All right, and the elephant in the room. Actually, no. First, there's two components to the meter, right? There's evade and flip. Did y'all use like evade a lot? How did you feel about that one?
I had to use
I'll
it
say
a ton
at
in the
first,
first and
like-
second game.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. And I had problems because like I didn't use it at all like the whole time, which is very ironic how I used it at the end. But like I I had just been so used to it before that I never used it, and so especially at first I was like I didn't use it at all. But I found it to be somewhat useful at the beginning once I like just had it in my brain that it was useful.
Yeah, I feel like once you're getting, if you can tell like who they're targeting and you know that you have like one bar, you can just pop it to live and they waste all their ultimates. It's really, really good. So using the early ones can be useful, but obviously saving for the core flip is kind of like techie and stuff, which is always fun.
All right, and we're a bit scared about your draft a little bit. So Malone, are you a Atlas player?
Yeah, I would say kind of Atlas or Luna. I mean, historically, like I think I have more hours in Atlas, but it's definitely like if it's not either of them, it's tough. But them banning Atlas did kind of restrict me.
And we were questioning the era pick quite a bit before y'all won.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You questioned our Kai forward too, and then that kind of rolled. So I don't know.
Yeah, maybe y'all
I
just
wasn't there for that. I would have questioned. I would have said nice.
maybe y'all are just better. Maybe y'all just better played them. But at the end, I really like the stagger swagger era pick. I think that made a huge difference.
Yeah, definitely. It was amazing. We love Era. We stand Era.
Wait, Trick, do you have anything you want to ask?
When it came, so what we've seen a lot of throughout that series was when it came with Malone here. You guys played a very aggressive play style in the early sets of the game. What our hesitation when it came to the Era pick was you guys seemed to really flip the script on your play style. As soon as the Estelle was off the board, we were a little hesitant. Because Jumper was this unsung MVP in the back line. Honestly, was the goaltender, basically, because of how much Malone was flying into the front line, looking for those dirty goals in the angles. We were thinking, was this Era a pre-planned pick, or was this spur of the moment?
Era is not to leak strats, but like my third, so definitely something that we don't opt for, but with the new like map system, certain maps are just a lot better for Era. Like that, I forget what it's called, the one with the bar in the middle for speed. Era is just so good. You can get to the bar so much faster.
Night market.
Yeah, night market. Like Era definitely just is a lot more powerful in certain things. So I was like keeping her in mind, like in the back of my head. And I thought they would ban Estelle, so I was practicing stuff other than Estelle beforehand. But yeah, I can play whatever. You know, we're flexible.
AKA like two quick plays.
How familiar were you with Zenith as a player?
I remember his name, so I knew he's an Estelle main, right? I think.
Yeah, as far as I was aware, he's an Estelle one trick.
Oh yeah, that checks out. We still didn't want to ban it just because I'm pretty sure I can still diff him. Love you, Zenith. So it's not worth
Okay.
Jeez.
it just wasn't worth banning because like I'm confident in my Estelle, you know. But at some point we realized like when we kept getting night market, we're like, okay, we just take Era and we win. You know, Era X on night market's insane.
Sounds good. Without wrapping up, do you guys obviously have any shout outs you guys want to throw out there? The stream?
You guys, thank you guys for doing this.
thank you very
I
much.
was so excited when I first found out about this that we were gonna get like to do a little bit of a play test of the game and then actually have like a tournament around it. That was super exciting to find out. So thank you guys.
Yeah. Also shout out Seeds, our alternate, who is ready to play whenever if one of us had to go. Love Seeds.
Total like 0.2 hours on the game.
Yeah, he literally just got it like today, but he was ready. He was ready. The whole
That's a
time.
vibe. We hope he's enjoying the game as well. Then hope you guys are coaching him up,
Yeah.
getting him ready for the collegiate days. And I'll throw back to you,
Oh,
Saya.
yeah.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Thanks to the people who made this happen. This was like Kyachi's idea. So as always, the GOAT, the legend.
As always, the
Yeah,
Kiyachi diff.
I announced it before asking anyone else if they were down to help out. So thank you.
Oh, you just knew.
everyone. Yeah. I was hoping Sai would be available. If Sai was not available, this stream would not have looked as good as it did. So I would have been having to run it.
Yeah, and thanks to like Aesop for letting us use the stage channel. That was cool.
Yep.
And
Well, thank you guys so much. It's been awesome.
yeah, and also thanks for
I hope to
everyone.
keep working with you guys.
Yeah, thanks to everyone who participated, because like without the participants, there's no tournament.
Yeah, there's some good competition, honestly. It's very sick.
All right, and that's about it.
Yeah. There's no like Twitch to raid.
Yeah,
So...
we cannot stream this on Twitch.
Unfortunate.
All right.
But
Well, thank you.
I'm gonna ask Aesop if we can upload this as like an unlisted VOD on YouTube. Just for anyone wondering.
and eventually, like once everything's fully out, we'll probably be allowed to like actually upload it for real. So one day.
Of course. Yeah, if we could get early access footage, W4 Esports would love to work on compiling highlights. Though we won't post it obviously until it's public, but just having early access to the footage would be great.
Yep.
So,
All right.
Sure. Well, in that case, you guys are free to go. Once again, congratulations on winning the tournament. We're hoping to see you guys again and more.
awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Have a wonderful night.
Have a great day.
You too.
Good night.
Oh yeah, and one last shout out to all of the multiple casters who hopped on.
Oh yeah.
we,
Blue Blazing, Gravity, Trick, yourself. That was good.
all right, and yeah, okay, time to leave. Time to go be productive.
Yep.
That was like exactly 4 hours of tournament.
All right. Peace.
Yeah.